the house in Fata Morgana. My dad's birthday is the 27th, by the way. Okay. Tonight we're continuing the house in Fata Morgana, as everybody here knows, very long form visual novel that I am just entirely enamored by. Correct. The house in Smoka Morgana. I said that last week, and we were in a very like it was very I would say the word like almost meditative. Everybody in chat as well as myself, we were just progress minded. The joke cracking was low. The back and forth banter in chat was low. It was just like last week's stream was so riveting narratively that I think we just kind of like, hey, let's cool it on the jokes a little bit. Let's just actually like progress this thing, because the story of Michelle has been so captivating. Even watching the VOD, I had nothing to remark on. Right. We got the witch's backstory, Morgana's backstory, which was unbelievably tragic. And I checked how long to beat on Fata Morgana. It has one finished with 3,200 hours. Right. It's not that bad. But it is long. We got a ways to go. And then we have started to dig into Michelle's history, and the history that had been foreshadowed throughout the 4th and 5th door, the history that and I'm gonna need help from people in the chat that have more knowledge of gender identity and transgender and all that kind of stuff, because I read a little bit about the house in Fata Morgana, and I've seen interchangeable definitions on Michelle's identity between, transgender and intersex. I don't know unfortunately, I'm not very knowledgeable on the topic. That'll be for you guys to know more than I do. I just don't want to, mislabel Michelle. Michelle in general just fucking rules. This story has been so delicately told, and really, seeing the true happiness of Michelle with Giselle, and then, 8 hours later, realizing how much trauma and hardship that Michelle went through as a child in the Bollinger estate and everything. It's insane. Intersex is largely a hard biological concept. Like something about the XY chromosomes are not what we consider typical, and the various physical effects that can result. Okay, got it. So kind of like, I don't want to say the wrong thing, but different sea creatures, right? I forget which sea creatures that their gender actually, their sex, their biological sex actually shifts. Whatever. I don't know. I'm kind of out of my wheelhouse. Clownfish. Is that what it is? Clownfish do that? I know something does. Yo. Fix. We got it. We're here. The Prime sub, finally. Thank you so much, Fix. That means a hell of a lot. I won't hang on it too much, but just the fact that you we hung out in Final Fantasy, and now you're here in the house in Fata Morgana a month and a half later, and using your Prime sub for the month on me. That's really cool. I thank you. Thank you so much. There's supposed to be a specific medical term about it, but I'm not sure. Intersex is you could be born with male sex organs as well as a uterus. Okay, got it. Anyway, you slice it. Basically Michelle coming into his own identity and his own, comfort in himself. I love him. I wish the world for Michelle. I cannot wait. Unfortunately, the way that this story goes, I don't want to like put too much stock into the happiness of a character, because as we know, a dark rain cloud is hovering over the entire narrative. Not shifting, it's just an error in the genes of any type. Most often affects the physical characteristics of primary and secondary sex characteristics like genitals, breasts, etc. Got it. I think just for comfort of understanding, we'll just use trans man. Just for comfort, because I don't know what's going on in Michelle's life. I think that is just an easier way that is more broadly immediately understood and more accurate. Yeah. To any end. Shout out to Michelle. We're getting back into things today. Dude, fix that Sweet Home ending. Wasn't it crazy? The Yamamura Ichiro Mamiya announcement was not in the movie. They just pulled that out in the game, and it was so good. For everybody that wasn't here last week, we beat Sweet Home, and really good game. Really good game. Highly recommended to anybody. But tonight we've got our own game that we're going. So you were right in what regard? That it was a good game? Or the Yamamura Ichiro? That's true. That was shown in the game. Remember, you hinted at it. You were like, in the movie, when we watched the movie, you were like, hey, I have a theory. And the game, after a long delay, proved that theory correct, I believe. Okay. Let's not waste any more time. We are back in the house in Fata, Morgana. I forgot to do the first playthrough thing. Oops. Oopsies. First playthrough, exclamation point, advisory. Oh man, I forgot about this opening. Let's just do that. Boom. As always, as we know, an advisory is here. It took like a month for my theory to be correct. Yeah, it did. But we're here. Okay, everybody. So, what did we just do last week? We went into Door 7. Door 7 is Michelle's childhood history in the Bollinger estate. We were introduced to Didier. We were introduced to Georges, and we were introduced to Georges' fiancé, whose name I forget. And we were introduced to a young Michelle, the only born daughter of the Bollinger family, who, as we know, is a man. Kind of resents the overall, like, male and female archetypical lifestyles that are present and pervasive inside this home. Wants to be a knight, wants to fight with a sword, doesn't want to do the embroidery, is sick of the whole thing, and is discovering and understanding more of his own, sexual personal desires as a result. And in that sexual personal desire awakening, kind of falls for his brother's fiance, and in a moment kisses her, and later that night discovers the fiance speaking to the other brother, Didier, in some kind of late night hushed tone secret affair situation going on. And here's some horrible language, and just like very sad conversation. Michelle rushed back to their room, and woke up here. The next day, I awoke with a terrible fever. I hovered in a sweltering wave of heat, unable to tell dream and reality apart, listening to a seemingly endless stream of cracking noises. The sounds were coming from inside my body. I thought I was falling apart. Mother was horribly worried. I had never been the most healthy child, but I had never fallen this ill either. I couldn't get out of bed. My voice was raspy like an old woman's. I was genuinely afraid I would wither away and die. Mother called in doctor after doctor to see me, but they all said it was the flu. That bodily pain was common with a fever. While there was a doctor in the house, Mother was able to remain relatively calm. But once they were gone, the anxiety came back. She stayed with me day and night, even foregoing sleep. Her hands gripped mine. They held me fast. She had her head bowed as if in prayer. "Don't worry. It'll all be all right, Michelle. God is watching over you. He will protect you. You are his child. You are his angel sent to earth. He will not forsake you. The doctors say it's just the flu." Though her words seemed to be directed at me, there was a vacantness in her voice, as if they were really for herself. For so long, she had wanted a daughter. I couldn't understand her fixation, but seeing her there, through my cloudy eyes, I wanted to apologize for ever thinking spending time with her was agonizing. "How are you feeling? Your mother's here for you, don't worry." But the only sound that came from my mouth was a faint gasp. I drifted in and out of sleep, Mother's hand wrapped around my own, and I had numerous dreams. In my dreams, I was a man. In my dreams, I was Didier and I was Georges. In my dreams, I fell in love with Amy. There we go, there's her name. And in my dreams, I loved her. "You're disgusting." But with one word, the dreams twisted into nightmares. My body was torn into fleshy chunks and I sunk into the darkness. Several days later, my fever was gone, like it had never been there. However, what the? My voice did not recover. And when I attempted to climb from my bed, the murderous pain in my joints came rushing back. Instead of my feet, I landed on my face. My voice was unbelievably deep. Hey, thanks everybody. Everybody says that I have a really high voice, so for the game to tell me that my voice is unbelievably deep, that's a compliment I never would have expected 30 hours into a game. And the pain only got worse. Every time I took a breath, it felt like someone hammering a spike into the back of my neck. It felt like my body was falling apart, like my dreams were becoming reality. "Michelle! Michelle!" When Mother scrambled into my chambers, I remembered the time she had spent at my bedside, and a wave of relief came over me. I reached my hand out in a show of vulnerability, but she didn't take it. She couldn't take it. "Mother." "What? What's wrong with your voice? Michelle?" I see. You're still not feeling well, are you, Michelle?" A look of restrained fear on her face. Mother stepped toward me, placing her hand on my forehead. Her palm felt hot against my skin. "You don't have a fever." "But I hurt all over. My joints." "You're still sick, Michelle. But don't worry. You'll be fine in no time. Now, back to bed with you. You're a girl. You're a girl, so you shouldn't be sitting on the floor. It's bad for your back." As Mother repeated the phrase, "You're a girl," again and again, that nagging sense that something wasn't quite right grew more distinct. Was I really sick? Was this actually my voice now? And if it was, what was I turning into? My voice was certainly not a girl's voice. Oh, okay, so I seemingly had inadvertently spoiled a little bit about this episode by trying to learn the difference between transgender and intersex. So yeah, fascinating. My voice never went back to normal, though, so Mother ordered me to remain in my room. I hadn't recovered yet, and so long as I was sick, I couldn't be let out. Again, something felt wrong about her calling it a sickness, but I had no evidence to the contrary. I had no way to know I wouldn't get others sick if I exposed them, as she claimed. So I had no choice but to do as she said. Right. In time, Mother too stopped visiting me, and the only people I saw were servants. They did their jobs, but refused to look me in the eye. No one else came to see me, though. Not Amy, Didier, or Georges. 1 month passed, then 2, then 3. Occasionally, the pain in my joints would withdraw. At other times, it would worsen. Whenever I would drift off to sleep, I would hear the sound of my own joints creaking. I would dream of a woman standing in the courtyard, her soft chestnut hair fluttering in the wind as she twirled to face me, a smile on her face and her breasts exposed. One day, after around 6 months of servants refusing to make eye contact, I stopped one and made a request to have a mirror brought to my room. While he didn't acknowledge me, the next day I had my mirror. By that point, I was fairly certain I knew what was happening to my body. I had no clothes to wear, because none of the multicolored dresses hanging in my wardrobe fit me anymore. Pulling the heavy red cloth covering the mirror aside, my completely naked body came into view. Something resembling a mix of a chuckle and a sigh of pity spilled from my lips. This is me. 6 months. After only 6 months' time, I could hardly recognize myself. Extending my hand for the mirror, I traced the outline of my bony reflection. My shoulders lacked Mother's curves, and my skin Amy's sheen. I was pale and haggard, but structurally, I looked like my brothers. Obviously, being younger than them and not as active, my muscles lacked any kind of strength, but I wouldn't have batted an eye if I saw myself holding a sword. I was a full head taller than I had been 6 months earlier, and I felt an odd certainty that I wasn't done growing either. Staring at myself in the mirror, I traced my name across the surface. Michelle. Don't need the last two. Michelle. What a glow up! What a fucking glow up! Holy shit. For the first time in my life, I liked my name. I still didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit. But it was staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded exactly the same. Those last 2 letters changed the meaning entirely, turning it from a girl's name to a boy's. This makes sense. Everything was falling into place. My admiration for Didier, the envy I had for my brother's bodies, the feelings I had for Amy, the indecent dreams I'd been having. I was always male. Oh, I cackled like a fool for the first time in my life. I laughed so hard at the sight of myself, my stomach hurt. It was the first glimmer of life I had seen in this locked room for far too long. This was what I was supposed to look like. My life up until 6 months ago, constricted and uncomfortable. My life as a girl. Well, it was all a lie. No one could possibly look at me and call me an angel. I was always a boy, but I had been told I was a girl and forced to act like one. Of course that wouldn't feel right. They needed to know. I couldn't be the only one who understood. Everyone in this house needed to. Fueled by this one desire, I wrapped a sheet over my shoulders and threw open my door. It seemed ridiculous how long I had followed Mother's instructions and remained cooped up in my room. And now I felt fantastic. If there was truly a God in heaven, then this change within me was his answer to my prayers. A manservant carrying a tray of food did a double take as I passed him. The farther I proceeded through the corridors, the more eyes I felt on me. The midday sun shone obnoxiously bright through the windows, but now, with its piercing radiation illuminating my proper self, well, I felt an odd affection for the light. I could hear the family gathered in the great hall. Everyone but me. Didier's voice complained about the simple meals the church provided, but his pride came through in his laughter. Georges' voice playfully bragged about life at the royal court. Father's voice informed everyone his investments had borne fruit, and, with the money, he had purchased several new estates. Mother's voice, distinctly less bright than the rest of the family's. She gave vague, empty indications she was listening, though mostly stayed out of the conversation. Amy's voice sang her praises for Georges, her beloved husband. Never mind the fact she was sleeping with Didier. It was all a facade. A mere shadow of a family. It's a shame Michelle couldn't be here. Then we would have everyone. I was there. I was right there. I hadn't gone anywhere, you just had me locked in my room. I hope she recovers soon. I was never sick. I was never sick at all. The child you called Michelle was actually your son. And that was all there was to it. Huh? What? Everyone's gazes concentrated on me. I gave them all a quick glance, and then with my deepened voice, I said, I am cured. I was cured 6 months ago. Who are you? Well, surely you haven't forgotten my face, have you, Father? Michelle? Michelle? This boy is Michelle? A wave of chatter spread through the hall. Mother went pale. Father objected. Didier stared. Georges gaped. Amy watched cautiously, fear in her eyes. What a farce. They were the ones who had wrongly decided I was a girl. What's going on? Someone tell me, what is the meaning of this? You are dressing your son up like a girl, Mother? I assumed he was a girl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put my hands on him like that. You lied to me. I would have never agreed to it had I known. No, you're wrong. Michelle is my daughter. You call that a girl? All these months I was worried because you said he was sick. But that was all a lie. You couldn't pass him off as a girl anymore, so you locked him up in his room. Is that what this is? And you could have just stayed there. What possessed you to show yourself now? Oh, stop that. Don't look at me. Don't give me that look. You said you can tell what's going through my mind, didn't you?
What?
Then you should know exactly how I feel about you right now. Oh, don't be so damned full of yourself. I have no interest in a whore like you. So why don't you go cry in Didier's arms? You! Whoa, hey, what are you talking about? Why Didier? Why not me? What? Hey, anyone want to explain that for me? What had once been a nice family meal was now utter chaos. For the briefest moment, I felt sorry for Georges, but that wisped away almost immediately. There was a crash from the table. Dishes fell, shattering against the floor.
Cursed!
A chilling darkness oozed from her voice.
She's cursed! She was my daughter. I saw it with my own eyes. And I gave birth to her. She was a girl. Michelle was a girl. A malevolent curse has been placed on her.
When Mother lifted her head, I had difficulty believing that she was the same woman who had sat by my bedside as I lay sick, sacrificing sleep to care for me. Her hair a frazzled mess, deep creases covered her face.
Restrain her! Throw her in her room and lock the door! She's a girl! She was a girl, I swear it!
Open your eyes! Do I sound like a girl? Do I look anything like a girl? Mother's cries sent me into a frenzy. I ripped the sheet off my shoulders, throwing it to the floor. I am not a girl. And shouted.
Oh, restrain her. Please, someone restrain her.
Fear reigned in the great hall. But then, several moments of icy silence were broken by a muttering that shocked me as much as anyone else.
You're not a boy or a girl. What on earth are you? You're an abomination.
You're not a boy. You're an abomination. I'm... what? Secret third thing. I had seen myself in the mirror. I was undoubtedly male. Lacking in strength though they may have been, I had visible muscles. My chest was flat, and I was taller than a girl should be. My voice deep, and I had an obvious lump in the middle of my throat. I was male. I had to be male. What else could I be? So why? Why was Amy looking at me like some kind of strange creature? A chill ran down my spine, and I suddenly found myself deeply uncomfortable being so exposed.
There's nothing there. You've got nothing there.
Nothing there? I didn't understand what she was talking about. Unable to press further, I fell silent, at which point several servants burst into the great hall and restrained me.
She's a girl. She's my daughter.
Mother, seemingly in a mad daze, just repeated the same thing over and over.
She was a girl!
As Mother wailed, she wandered off somewhere. Father stood there in silence, and Amy stared at me with disgust in her eye. Georges, still in a panic, and Didier clenched his fists. Eventually, I started regaining my composure, which is when I realized I had made a mistake. My sickness had been made into a curse. I was once more caged up in my room. In addition to the door being locked from the outside, the windows were boarded over, so no one could see in, leaving me in perpetual darkness. I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look me in the eye. Every day was the same, day in and day out, day in and day out. The only time the routine changed was when, on occasion, a servant would arrive, bearing a letter. It was my mother's handwriting on the parchment. We lived in the same house, yet she refused to show herself before me. I had no choice but to respond to her letters. She demanded I speak like a girl, and I didn't have the strength to defy her. There was a constant sense of urgency to the letters, like she might fall apart completely at any second. And so I did as she said. I signed each letter Michelle, the female name she bestowed upon me at birth, which I so despised. Every time I used that name, I felt like I was denying my own identity. On paper, she expressed her concern for me, but that concern only served to cause me more pain. So every time I took up my quill, my hands trembled. John, gonna make the Twitter chuds who pretend Japanese games never have any LGBTQ people and themes play this. Everybody should play this. I sent an interview of Keika Hanada, who wrote this story, to Franco over the weekend, which is one that I referenced a couple of months back. I have a friend in a Discord server who adores this game more than anything, and she referenced that Keika Hanada, the writer of this game, is most likely a pseudonym, and that the writer of this game is, by and large, their identity is a mystery. They've shown themselves. There have been Fata Morgana live concerts where the composer and the singer of these songs performs them live, like a full-blown concert for the music of this game. And he's been there live and done opening statements and things like that. But yeah, it's real cool. There's a recording of it. I'll find the recording. I'll send it in the Discord. You can buy the recording and watch the live in concert, professionally recorded. Keika Hanada worked under Shu Takumi, the creator of Phoenix Wright, Ghost Trick, Phoenix Wright and Ghost Trick, on Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton, or whatever that one's called, Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton. It's a really, really fascinating interview that really talks about the fact that they had never read visual novels before they wrote this one. So they didn't have any reference points to any of the popular visual novels at the time. He's just these big Clanad and whatever else. I never read them. I don't know. I just wrote a story. So there's no real they weren't working off of somebody else's rule book, somebody else's playbook. Makes sense because this is way different than any VN referenced in that interview. Yeah, but the Shu Takumi stuff is super interesting to me, and he talks a couple answers to the questions revolved around Shu Takumi's biggest word of advice to, any aspiring writer of a story. And I would mess it up if I paraphrased it right now, but I'll show it maybe next week. It's a really good interview, and there are a couple of things. I saw one question answered about the last door, and I skipped it entirely, so maybe once the story is finished, we'll read that interview as a kind of, closing note to the story. I think that'll be nice. Let's do that. When this story is finished, we'll read that interview as a kind of, pretty vague, no spoilers, but still save it. Yeah, outsider art. I mean, came from a place of more so adventure stories. So, Phoenix Wright is a visual novel, but it's a lot more adventure and mystery driven, I guess. This game needs a prep kit and a closure kit. Yeah, more or less. Let's get back into it. Can we have therapy too? Right. Mother, prayed daily that my curse might one day be broken. And yeah, this waltz does own Lurking Horror. Funky little waltz. Am I cursed? Is that why my body changed? Was it not because I was male? There's nothing there. What did she mean by that? Why did she look at me the way she did? And how am I an abomination? Why? I don't understand. Someone, anyone, please tell me. Someone, please. I brought your supper. I'll be back shortly to retrieve your dishes. I'll be going then. Wait. Huh? Wait a minute. Yes? Well, what do you need, Michelle? Are you a man or a woman? Pardon? Which are you? Well, I'm exactly what I appear to be. Which are you? I'm a man. Well, if that's all, I'll be going now. Clothes. Off. Huh? Take your clothes off right now. Everything. Even your underclothes. Whoa! Surely you jest, Michelle. I'm very serious. I could not possibly. Well, why not? I couldn't expose myself. Well, I ordered you to take off your clothes. You mean to humiliate me? I beg you, please reconsider. What are you? You're a servant of the Bollinger estate. And what am I? I'm a child of the Bollinger family. So I may be locked up, imprisoned in this room, but that doesn't make you any less my servant. Am I wrong? Clothes off. Michelle! I ordered you take your clothes off. Not even the tiniest sliver of guilt arose in my conscience. I felt no shame in what I was doing. All that mattered to me was figuring out what Amy had meant. I wanted to find the truth, not knowing I would have been better off in the dark. His face, twisted in humiliation, the servant undressed before me. In the dim candlelight, the man's body was shaped almost like a rectangle. And at a glance, he didn't appear much different than me. A second later, though, I found my answer. I found the one crucial thing he had that I didn't. It's very middle school to laugh at that, but come on. I'm just imagining this scene. Why? My lower body lacked the part that made a man a man. Are you satisfied, Michelle? It was then that I finally learned what a man's body was supposed to look like. I'm begging you, please, allow me to dress. It would be an unbearable shame to remain unclothed any longer before the young Bollinger daughter. Daughter? You still insist on calling me a damned girl? Look at these shoulders. My chest. Listen to my voice. How can you possibly think any of that belongs to a girl? But how you appear does not... There was a distinct look of fear in the manservant's eyes. Not out of respect for our difference in rank, but out of disgust for this incomprehensible thing standing there before him. Those trembling eyes, and the reality dangling there before me, blew the lid, once more, off everything I had been holding back. Without that, you would be no different than me. Huh? Everything else is all the same. So why? Why does it make such a difference that you have one and I don't? Michelle. I am a man. I'm a man just like you, and I am no one's daughter. And if you still insist that we're not the same, then I'll make you like me. Huh? Without that, you're no different than me. It was a mix of dread and panic that pushed me over the edge. And so, in order to keep myself afloat, I decided to bring another pain. Oh, please, don't do this, Michelle. In a blind frenzy, hardly even aware of what I was doing, just riding the current of my erupting emotions, I swiped a knife off the tray the man had brought, knocked him down, and climbed onto him. Oh, get rid of it. I'll make you the same. Without it, you'll be just like me. Get off me, please. Someone help. I'll make you just like me. Get in here, someone. Anyone. Michelle. She's delirious. Through the fog of hysteria, I suddenly realized I was surrounded by several servants, and the next thing I knew, I was on the floor, beneath them. There were as many, if not more, of them than when I had made the scene in the grand hall. A dozen men servants stared down at me, their eyes filled with fear and revulsion. And in the shadows beyond the crowd, I saw Mother, looking in on me with vacant eyes. Mother, why? Why will you only speak to me through letters? Why do you say I'm cursed? Mother, I'm male. I was always male. Tell me that I am, Mother. Let me out of here, please. I'm not delirious. My head is perfectly clear. I'm normal. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not cursed. Mother, say something. Mother! After that, I was shut in my room again, and even the servants stopped coming. I pushed, and I shoved, and I pulled, and I pounded with all of my strength, but the door and windows didn't budge. A day passed, and then another. With no food or water, I started fearing death was upon me, and I'd had no idea how miserable it was to go so long without water. My throat was dry and cracked. It felt like it was on fire, making breathing difficult. 2 days. 48 long hours. I felt like I was going to lose my mind. After just 2 days, my skin stretched tight across my bones, looking hard and dry in the soft candlelight. Water. I need water. Someone, please, give me water. Why won't anyone bring me any? Why? My family had abandoned me and were leaving me to die in this room. When I realized that, I broke into uncontrollable shaking. The helplessness threatened to suffocate me, and fear of death turned to panic, which only scrambled my already confused mind even further. I grabbed a chair, swinging it at the window, at the door. But all my attempts ended in crushing failure. Anyone? I clawed at the door, begging for help. Someone open the door. Anyone. Water. I need water. 1 drop. That's all I need. I'm gonna die in here. Someone. Anyone. Mother. Father. Didier. George. Someone open the door, please. Help me. Someone. I need water. My throat, it hurts. It burns. I'm so weak. Someone. Water. Didier. George. Anyone. But not a single soul came to the door. With no food or water, the third day came and went. And then the fourth. By that point, I was expectedly devoid of any sense of dignity, and I sat there, covered in all manner of human filth, as my body quickly wasted away. Still, I clung to the vain hope that someone would open that door. It was all I had. Occasionally I would hear footsteps, and whenever I did, I mustered up what meager strength I had left to bang on that door. "Whoever's there, please, open the door. I'm begging you. Someone." But my pleas fell on deaf ears. Though they didn't respond to me, I could hear the Abigails muttering to one another in the corridor.
"Did you hear that?"
"Yeah, I did."
"I wonder what's gotten into Lady Michelle. Oh, they say she was cursed. Maybe she sold her soul to the devil. Oh, how dreadful. Oh, we should stay away from that door, if we don't want to be cursed too."
I am not cursed. I did not sell my soul to the devil."
"I'm kinda scared. I might have to find work somewhere else. Gotta make sure we stay away from that door."
"Why do you think I'm cursed? I never did anything wrong."
"Lady Michelle has lost her mind. She's deranged. I'm scared even thinking about her."
"I'm not deranged. My mind is perfectly fine."
"She's right crazy. She's right mad."
"No, I'm not. I'm perfectly normal." Someone, please get me out of here." The 5th, and then the 6th day passed, and by that point I was hovering on death's brink. I lacked even the willpower to hold myself up against the door, so I simply lay on the cold floor, waiting for the end. I felt no sorrow, no anger, no despair. Nothing. I had been sucked completely dry. I couldn't even compose a coherent thought. Which is why, when the door I had so yearned to open actually did, and someone stepped inside, standing over me, I was unable to process it. My God, what a mess. "Hey, you still alive?" "Oh, look at that. I was afraid you'd be dead." It was Amy's voice. "Oh, let me take that back. Take that back."
"My God, what a mess. Hey, are you still alive?" "Well, look at that. I was afraid you'd be dead."
There we go.
"I'm sorry, really. I didn't mean you much harm. But after what you said in front of the whole family, well, I was a little upset."
I couldn't tell what she was saying. All I could hear were garbled sounds, and all I could do was moan at her.
"Well, the servants are all afraid of you now after your little episode, so I volunteered to bring you your food in their place. Everyone was so grateful. Well, I don't think anyone likes you anymore."
Eventually, my muddy mind managed to make sense of the thing she was holding in her hands. A tray of food. Well, I could smell it from here.
"At first, I just gave you your food like to a stray cat. I wish you could have seen it devouring every last bit."
Water.
"What I didn't know, though, was that people can die in just a few days without water. I never intended to kill you. I just didn't know. So I'm really sorry about that. But you're alive. For someone so physically weak, you sure are tenacious. Isn't that nice? Well, you have one thing you can be proud of." "What was that? Water? You want water? Hold on, I've got some right here."
She picked up a goblet with her delicate fingers. My hand swiped weakly at the air, trying to grab it. A grin spread across her lips. Then she let go.
Go on. Drink. You'd better hurry, or the rug will absorb it all. Oh, you wanted water, didn't you? Then drink.
In that moment, I could hear the sound of the last of my dignity crumbling away. Driven solely by my survival instinct, I bent down toward the rug, pressing my lips against the spreading puddle.
You really did it! Oh, this is too good, Michelle. You look like a cat. No, cats are much more graceful. Oh, I can't stop laughing. Oh, the daughter of a prestigious family, the Bollingers, sucking water out of a carpet. Oh, I wish I had a painter here to capture this image on canvas. So you know. Well, I accept I made a mistake, Michelle, and I promise I'll bring you your food from now on. And I'll take very good care of you. Oh, this is going to be fun.
Listening to her childish yet deeply malicious laughter, I understood. I was her plaything now. My hell was only just beginning. Damn. Man, everybody's fucking evil. If there's one thing that this story has told me, it's that everybody's evil except Pauline. Everybody's evil except Pauline. And I hope that I don't eat my words in the fucking 19 hours that are left in this story. Having gotten food and water, my body recovered somewhat, but I was hardly in peak condition. Well, that would take some time given how badly malnourished I had been. Amy continued to treat me like her pet, constantly stoking the flame of rage within me. I was too weak to stay on my feet for long, and talking hurt my throat. I assume it was a calculated effort on her part to maintain power over me, to keep me as miserable as possible. She always had a smirk on her face as she gazed down on me.
Come on, open up. Today I'm gonna feed you myself. What's the matter? I can't put anything in with your mouth closed. Or do you want to starve to death?
Amy, why are you doing this?
Why? Oh, because it's fun. Why else?
You married into this family, you sick wench. What gives you the idea that you can treat me?
Are you saying that because I married in, well, I'm of a lesser stature than you? Well, that's true, I am. What's your point? You think you can intimidate me with formalities?
Amy.
Ugh. I would rather you not speak my name if you wouldn't mind.
That doesn't excuse your treatment of me. Someone, Didier or Georges, will make you pay for this.
You don't have a single friend here, Michelle. No one to take your side. And no one to say a thing about me playing with you. Listen, assuming you were somehow able to tell someone, no one would believe you. That's a lie. Do you have any idea what people here say about you? They say you've gone mad. They say you've sold your soul to the devil. Do you honestly believe anyone would trust you?
I'm not mad.
I don't know. You look plenty mad to me.
Fine, then I'll run away. I'll escape from this estate and from you.
You think you could survive out there, in the world, with that body? A stray cat could lift more than you. You'd never find work. I give you a week, at best.
You can't be so sure of that. Maybe I could make it on my own.
Maybe, but either way, there's no way you're getting out. You try to run, someone might just cut your legs off.
How is that at all necessary?
Well, don't ask me. Maybe because your curse hasn't broken? You know, you're lucky you're even allowed to live. And you should be grateful to me for, volunteering to take care of you. No one else wanted to have anything to do with it. So if you want to keep living, you have to show me some respect, and you have to do everything I tell you to. Understood? So this is the real you. You were just pretending to be respectable, when in reality, not only are you sleeping with Didier, well, you're a downright vile woman. You've been putting on an act ever since you got here. Oh, you make it sound like I'm somehow worse than anyone else. I'm quite normal, thank you. How is this normal? Listen to me, Michelle. The side of me you see right now isn't necessarily the whole thing. The sweet girl I am for the family is also me. And when I held you in my arms, that too was me. I'm not putting on an act. Liar. Although to tell you the truth, I never actually liked you, so, well, that part was a lie, yes. If Mother hadn't asked, I would have never even considered getting friendly with you. Amy. You know, life as a noblewoman is so dull. It's so restrictive. No room for love at all. So can you really blame me? There so happened to be the most wonderful night right there for the taking. Why shouldn't I have gone after him? I'm still young, let me have some fun, you know? Not like women have much else in the way of recreation. So it wasn't Didier, but it was you who seduced him. And it all would have worked beautifully too if it wasn't for you meddling kids. You ruined our family gathering and damaged my reputation. And you called me a whore. That wasn't very nice now, was it? Is it any surprise I'm a little sore? You brought this on yourself, Michelle. I brought this on myself. Don't you dare. Nothing justifies what you're doing to me. I'm not the disturbed one. You're a crazy whore, and don't you try to pretend otherwise, damn you. Oh my, such language. Well, you're not being very nice to me, Michelle. And girls aren't supposed to talk like that, you know. I am not a girl. Then what are you? I'm a man. A man? With that body? Amy quietly rose, grabbed me by the hair, and shoved me to the floor. Let go of me. You call yourself a man? Well, you can't even get out of a girl's grip. I'm not all that strong either. In fact, I'd say I'm rather weak. Just a small, powerless girl. Well, if you were a man, you'd have no problem breaking free, malnourished or otherwise. But you can't. She traced the lines of my emaciated ribs with her nails, traveling slowly down my chest. But even ignoring that, well, you're missing the most important part. Stop. Get off me. I tried to shove her aside with all the strength I could squeeze out of my arms, but as Amy had said, I couldn't even overpower a girl. All I could do was lie there beneath her and beg. Get off me, groaning in anger and frustration. Her finger came to a stop, just above my navel. She looked up at me with a sweet smile, and then pulled her hand away. And just as a wave of relief spread through me, she shoved me back, jumped up, and slammed her foot between my legs. Ugh. I shuddered as the pain jolted up my spine. Amy looked down on me as I screamed. A smirk spread across her face. Oh my, does that hurt? Well, there's a surprise. Even without boy parts, it still hurts? Stop, please. She didn't stop, but stepping on me. I'm begging you, stop, please. She dug her toes into my flesh. What are you exactly, Michelle? Well, from the feel of it, you don't quite have proper girl parts either. Amy,
please. On top of the physical pain, unbearable humiliation and shame corroded away at my spirit.
What a strange creature you are.
Stop. If I could have died right then and there, honestly, that would have been preferable to the emotional hell she was putting me through.
You should take a look at yourself in a mirror, Michelle. You're crying, sobbing like a sad little girl. Not much of a boy now, are you? And you lusted after me with this body? Oh, seriously. You're disgusting. Oh, I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me.
Amy's abuse was not a one-time occurrence. As she had promised, she came to feed me every day. But her arrival brought nothing but anguish and torture. Every day she chipped away more of my spirit, but I hadn't succumbed to her yet. My anger still overpowered any fear I had felt. About a week after Amy started caring for me.
Have you been a good girl, Michelle? Oh, I brought you your supper. I'll set it right here for you. What's the matter, Michelle? Your food's right there. It's gonna get cold. Go on, eat. But no using your hands. Crawl over. Use your mouth. Come on, eat. Or would you rather I fed you?
You.
What was that? You have something to say? Oh, I can't understand a word you're saying, Michelle. If you would eat, you'd have enough strength to talk.
I'll kill you.
Huh?
I'm going to kill you, Amy. That was, I believe, the first time in my life I had felt a sincere, overpowering desire to end someone's life. I wanted to see her dead. With my hands and legs tied up, I lurched for her, and like the dog she so wanted me to be, I chomped down on her wrist. The taste of someone else's blood was far more unpleasant than I had expected. I felt like I was going to vomit. But I was determined to not let go of her wrist for any reason. I would gnaw through to the bone and rip her entire hand off. Oh, she could beat me unconscious and I still wouldn't let go. She would have to kill me to get me off of her. I wanted her to feel the same pain I felt when she trampled on me.
Let go!
My body never did what I wanted it to, though. I could swear on my life I wouldn't release her arm, but I could never seem to make any good on my determination. Amy's foot flew up into my emaciated gut. The pointed tip of her shoe dug into my flesh like a knife, and I collapsed to the floor in a fit of convulsions. Just as I was about to cough up a mouthful of stomach acid, she rammed her foot into my abdomen a second time. She didn't even give me enough time to get to my feet, let alone fight back, before she kicked me again. Again, and again, and again, and again. My gut, my chest, my legs, and my face.
What's wrong with you? Don't you get it? You're not the one in control here. You should be thanking me. What you did to me that day was incredibly hurtful, yet here I am bringing you your food. Can you not see just how kind-hearted I am? So why would you go and bite me? What would possess you to do such a thing?
Gasping for breath, my consciousness slipping away, I caught a glimpse of Amy's eyes as she swung her leg back for another kick. And when I did, a single word rose to my mind. Demon.
Isn't that something? You can't even stand up to a girl. I'm not that strong. Well, I'm weak and frail. This is the first time I've ever kicked someone. I have absolute control over you, Michelle. You understand that now, right? You learned your lesson, didn't you?
Not an ounce of strength remained within me. My tongue and cheeks were torn up, and my mouth tasted of blood. Thinking herself weak and having no experience in the ways of physical violence, she knew no restraint. The ignorant can be so much more brutal and viciously relentless than the seasoned. My vision had gone red. I could hardly feel my own face. There was a strange gurgling sound with every breath I took.
Aw, jeez. What am I gonna do about this hand? Oh, it hurts like crazy. Oh, I know. I'll tell everyone you finally lost it and tried to bite my hand off. They'll all feel so bad for me. Oh, I can just see the sad looks on Didier and George's face.
They will not.
You know, your brothers, they've completely given up on you. Deranged sister. It's nothing but trouble. You know what you are, Michelle, right? You're a demon child.
Why? Why was I the demon, and not her? Why? Why did no one come to my aid? Several times I considered ending my life, but every time I did, memories of better days came back to me. Of the time before my body had transformed, the days when we were all so sure of our happiness kept me chained to life. Why couldn't things still be the way they had been then? In my heart, I hadn't changed at all, so how had things ended up like this?
Michelle? Oh, Michelle! Are you in there? Did you need something, George? Oh, come on, don't be like that. Do I have to need something to talk to you? No, but you looked like you were in an unusually good mood, so I thought... Well, why wouldn't I be? It's a wonderfully gloomy day out. I would understand if it were clear out, but can you really say it's wonderfully gloomy? Well, you can't be outside for very long when it's not cloudy, so in our case, this is perfect weather. Well, what do you say we go for a little stroll while we can? Dee's around today too, so we can see if he's up for it. It'll be like old times. We've been running around like headless chickens lately, so we haven't had much time for a chance for a sibling outing. Yeah, we'll make Mom make us a lunch, and then... Oh, we could take a couple horses up to the forest's edge. I'm fine with that if you are. You bet your bum I am, I asked after all. Now come on, let's go.
An outing, you say?
Yeah. Hop on a couple horses and head for the forest. We haven't done anything like this in a while, so I figured why not?
I see. Well, if Michelle is coming, I see no reason to say no. Let's set off right away.
Whoa, slow down there. Are you saying you wouldn't go if it was just me? It's Michelle or nothing?
Of course. Why on earth would I want to go horse riding alone with you? I'd rather drown myself.
Whoa! Like gasp! What the hell? Didier? Could I perhaps make a small request?
Go on, let's hear it.
He's a Redditor. George is a Redditor. Do you mind if I hold the horse's reins?
Oh, that's all? Oh, by all means. I'll be there behind you to make sure nothing happens, so have at it. But do be warned, my horse is a bit temperamental. If you're not gentle, he'll start getting moody with you. I doubt that'll be a problem for you, though, Michelle.
I'll be careful. Hey, whoa, slow down, guys.
Look at that, Michelle. George is still fumbling around all the way back there.
Are we going a bit too fast?
No, you're fine. That you were able to get past that so quickly is proof of your talent.
Oh, finally caught up. You know, this isn't a race. Why can't we enjoy the scenery, indulge in some nice pathos?
A warrior and his horse need not have Is it pay or pathos? Is it pathos or pathos? Isn't that right, Michelle?
It certainly is, Didier.
Oh, come on, you guys. Be nice. This was my idea. You've really taken after old D, haven't you, Michelle? Well, I, for one, would rather see you admiring flowers or dancing with butterflies or gazing out at a beautiful sunset or enjoying poetry. More pathos, my dear sister. Less barbarism.
Long swords, suits of armor, tales of heroic knights are so much more appealing, though.
Oh, you've let him get his claws in too deep, Michelle. Oh dear, oh my. I'm gonna have 2 meathead siblings before I know it. What did you just call me?
Now, you two. Why don't we just stop here for a picnic?
Oh, seconded. My stomach's been rumbling up a storm. I took a few bites earlier because I was about to die back there. I hope your horse throws you into a river. Hey, so, the other day I brought a cat home.
A cat?
Yeah, speckled, from head to tail and ugly as a witch's arse. I was gonna keep it in my room, but Mom flipped when she saw it. Keep that filthy thing out of my house. Wish there was something we could do about how much of a clean freak she is. George, try not to stress Mother too much. You're unpredictable enough as it is. Doesn't he look like Geralt in that shot? On the right? He's giving young Geralt right now.
It would be nice, though, to have a cat, I mean.
You think so? Then how about this? Oh, we'll keep it in the courtyard. I'll feed it on days when it's clear, and you can do it when it's cloudy, Michelle.
Oh, I don't know what cats eat, though.
I bet he liked pastries. Do you want to kill the cursed thing? I can't approve of anyone taking care of an animal who thinks that's a good idea.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, pull the stick out of your arse, D. Life's all about experimentation. You know, live and learn. Well, don't experiment on animals. Well, if you're gonna be like that, how about you help out too? You can keep an eye on us and make sure we don't do anything stupid. What? Now you're trying to drag me into this? Already done. You're in. Huh, it's settled. Damn it, George. Well, now we need to come up with a name. Have any ideas, Michelle?
What? You want me to name it?
Not very often you get to give another living thing a name. Well, I guess you might have a few more chances down the road, so consider this practice. Something elegant, beautiful. You got this. Now, George, don't put so much pressure on her. You have a point, though. It is a good opportunity. Don't stress too much about it, Michelle. Just choose something you like.
You said the cat was speckled and ugly.
Yeah. One look and you'll be laughing so hard you can't breathe.
All right, then. Ugly Speckles.
That's its name? It would seem you do not have a future in the arts, Michelle.
But you said it was ugly and speckled, George.
I did, yeah, but you could have tried a little harder than that. You know, why not? Ugly Speckles it is. It's actually kind of charming when you say it out loud. Pfft, Ugly Speckles.
It's not that funny.
It is quite something indeed. You know, the more I think about it, the more I...
Not you too, Didier.
We should bring Ugly Speckles on our next outing. Sitting together beneath the clouds, having lunch? Well, that we should. When Michelle's gotten a little bigger, let's do this again. The 3 of us, and our ugly, speckled cat. You said it. We're all good friends here, after all. I've never been your friend, though. God, must you always be such a jerk? I don't know if you guys can hear it. My microphone is giving like a high pitched in my right ear. Very, very, very faint. I have like a noise gate on the very low end, so you might not be hearing it at all. But let me fool around with my microphone a little bit because it's kind of driving me a little crazy. Okay. I don't know how to... Whatever. Whatever. Didier. Georges. Was Amy telling the truth? Do you really think I'm nothing but trouble? Do you really think I've lost my mind? That I'm a demon child? Didier. Georges. Why do you not open this door for me and let me out? Were the things I said that day really so heinous? Do you resent me too, like Amy? Yo! Hold. Hi, everybody. Let me move this. Thank you so much for the raid, David. What's up? How's everybody doing? An ad got you? No! Ah, shit. I'll wait. I'll wait. Let me know when you're free. Oh, I need a second anyway. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Yo, David. I have to ask what I asked when Arceus came out. What's your verdict? When we played Pokemon Black in the server, had a friend Magnus join in and kind of be like our Pokemon guru for that Pokemon Black stream. And Magnus's view on this new game is much more positive than I'm hearing like generally in the world. And I want to know if you're kind of in the same boat. Are you feeling all right about it? For all the Raiders, hi, I'm GoatedQuest. I've been a friend of David's for like 7 years now, probably. It's been a long time. Almost a decade, truly. I hope Pokemon's going well. We're in something very, very different from Pokemon. We are about 30... The game kind of shreds, so you're into it. But it's a dumpster fire. Okay, all right, you know what? People who know me know that kind of dichotomy can sometimes hit the hardest. Like a game that sucks, but it's good. I'm hearing it's one of the laziest of all time not to hit it with extreme fucking negativity. I'm not into it. That's just all I'm hearing. No, I hear you. Like that kind of like we were talking about this last Thursday during Sweet Home. Ideas, man. So long as it's got like some cool ideas or whatever, I can get away. I can deal with jank. It's the Sonic Frontiers of Pokemon games. Sure, which I'm into. See, now we're talking. I'm happy to hear you're having a good time with it nonetheless. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to play it. Let's not kid ourselves. For the Raiders coming in, I'm GoatedQuest. How are ya? I've been, started this year playing some of the most beloved games of all time. Every game I play on this channel is a first playthrough. We are currently about 32 hours into The House in Fata Morgana, a very long-form visual novel, which I am completely enamored by. There is an advisory here. We've been doing this every week since August. It's an intense one, as if you have any understanding of the visual novel medium, you know that they can get pretty intense, and this does not pull any punches. Just a heads up for the Raiders coming in, if you have any sensitivity to, topics of, in this case, largely right now where we're at, it's a lot of transphobia going on. The character that we're playing as is a trans man in a house in the Middle Ages, like a noble home in like 1090. I don't know if 1099 is the Middle Ages, but like old as hell. And clearly this very like old timey castles and noble royalty, whatever, is not taking too kindly to it. And really like pretty depraved actions and reprehensible type situations going on. But we're Team Michelle here. Michelle owns, and this is a story that spans centuries. It's a story about, you know, immortality, if you will, kind of to a certain extent. Right, currently being literally tortured and kept as a human pet. Yeah, like not a joke. It's heavy. It's heavy. So I'm gonna get back to it. I'm glad that that Pokemon's going well. I gotta pop in, David, and see it. It's like same thing as Arceus. I wasn't gonna play Arceus, but it was fun watching you have fun with it just because I know that you like it. So you'll pull something out of it, you know? You'll pull some sort of enjoyment out of those Pokemon games, even if it is just laughing at the jank. Always. Thank you for the shout-outs, Franco. These games hold my soul captive. Yeah, precisely. Thank you for the shout-out. Guys, anybody that's here from my end, from Fata Morgana or from GoatedQuest, David's truly been one of my longest internet friends. And Twitch kind of reinvigorated our friendship in a lot of ways. We were Dota 2 friends. Played Dota for daily for years. And you know how that goes. You just stop playing Dota 2. But follow David, go hang out. And I'm going to get back to this. Thank you so much for the raid, buddy. Thank you, truly. I'm reading all of these lines in very very passionate voice acting. So stay tuned. I got a cup of tea here. I got my Jack Frost cup of tea. Didier, George, how do you think about me now? Is this body really so unusual? If I hadn't undergone the transformation I did, would things still have been the way they were before? Would we be able to go out to that forest again and make silly, meaningless conversation, everyone laughing like we had then? If this body hadn't changed the way it did, would I not be trapped in this darkness? Even if that were the case, I didn't want to be a girl. If God descended from heaven and offered to change me back, I would have turned him down. One thing I want to say, David, if you're still here, Metacritic, if you just go to Metacritic, go to the games tab and look at the top games of all time, this game currently holds like a 96 out of 100 average, and it's like 37 on their all-time highest Metacritic average list. It was like, it held a perfect 100 on Switch for months when it came out. It's a really, really, really good story, and like kind of broke down a lot of like visual novel gatekeepy sort of barriers, so that like people that don't play visual novels are like getting into it, which I can always appreciate. Because inside, I wasn't a girl. And my nightmare at Amy's hands didn't end there either. As much as I loathed to admit it, I was terrified of her. Every day I dreaded the sound of the door opening. However, if I were to block the door off with furniture, I would lose my only remaining lifeline. I had no choice in the matter. It's time for supper, Michelle. Oh, I brought your favorite, parsnips. Well, what the dogs didn't eat of them anyway. But you don't mind, do you? I'm gonna cut your nails today, Michelle. I need you to stay very, very still. You wouldn't want my hands to slip. So to make sure you do, well, I'm tying you up. This way you can't accidentally move. Here's your water, Michelle. Huh? It's murky. Oh, heavens me. I must have fetched it from the wash bin by mistake. It's supper time, Michelle. Brought you parsnips again. Don't worry. The dogs didn't have any of these. I didn't seem to be interested in eating them raw. What? You don't want any? Then what am I gonna do with all these? You know, Michelle, you're such a disgrace. Cry for me, won't you? Beg for mercy? Look at you, all that pride, gone right out the window. It's hilarious, I tell you. That's why all the parsnips were in the cellar, in the house. When Giselle went downstairs and it was all parsnips. It's because Michelle doesn't like parsnips. So the food, the crate of food that would come every month, the parsnips just went down to the cellar. Remember that? Oops, all parsnips, yeah. And Giselle yells at Michelle at one point to eat his parsnips. Exactly. It's too good, man. It's too good. She did everything imaginable to torture me, both physically and emotionally. To be honest, it was rather impressive in a sick way, how she was always able to come up with so many different ways to torment me. If she knew precisely what caused me the most pain, my body and the discrepancy between what I was and what I felt I was, she delighted in telling me I wasn't male and sometimes in showing me. But I don't think I need to describe the things she did to me in any more detail. I could think of only one way to keep myself from breaking down. Completely stopped talking and stopped struggling. Then one day, after about 6 months or so, she said with a disinterested sigh, "I'm done." And that was the last of it. By swallowing my pride and not resisting, I was able to escape from her grip. And once she was gone, the servants took over attending to me again. I was still imprisoned, but now there was a serenity in my solitude. I didn't speak with anyone. I didn't make eye contact. I didn't do anything. I just lived. Forgot to add a cup of oil to my bread recipe. No! Oh, that sucks. That sucks. I'm sorry. But even though I had peace, I still feared Amy having a change of heart. I trembled at the possibility that one day it might be her that opened that door. But above all, I hated, despised the fact that I lived in such fear of a girl. An overwhelming self-loathing threatened to crush me. I had recurring nightmares about the things Amy had done. The wounds she gave me did not heal. They only grew worse, eating away at me day after day. When's he getting to this mansion, man? This is making me sad. I'd rather him just be alone and get a little fucking loot crate or whatever. I want Grubhub. I was beginning to lose confidence in my own sanity, in the silent darkness, where there was no sense of time. The line between dream and reality blurred. I often found myself screaming, crying into the empty air. I clawed at my skin, pulled out my hair, paced back and forth across the room, pounded at the door yelling for help, screamed some more. Yeah, this is the longest we've been away from the mansion. I need to get back. I need my grounding. It's like when I leave the house for too long. I need to get back into the mansion. I need the fucking... It was the very image of pitiful. Give you what, Draconics? How are you, Draconics? Oh wait, Draconics, I gotta do something for you while you're here. Totally forgot. Draconics is the VIP because Draconics picked Metal Gear 2 starting this Wednesday. Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake starting this Wednesday. Woo 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 woo. Bam, bam, bam. Absolute wretchedness. And every time I did, I'm sure there was someone on the other side of that door, whispering, there it was, whispering about how poor Michelle had lost her mind. Eventually, I gave up entirely. $2 years? Dude, I read 16th year and I just oh my god. No wonder it felt so long. It fucking was. It was a stormy night, In my 16th year. I had been confined for more than 2 years at that point. Heavy rain pounded against the windows like thousands of little spears. I was sitting quietly on my bed, unable to fall asleep, when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door. Michelle, are you awake? If you aren't, then hurry up and get awake. We've got big trouble. Lower your damned voice. But when I first heard my brother's voices after so long, well, I thought I was hallucinating. In 2 years, they had never once come for me, no matter how hard I pounded on the door, no matter how many times I called for them. But after all that time, I didn't expect that to ever change. I had given up, assumed that they had long since cast me aside. Unable to bring myself to say anything, I simply stared at the door. When there was another bam, bam. The sound, half consumed by a crack of thunder, giving it an indescribably eerie quality. Please, say something, Michelle. Seriously, there's no time. You can hear us in there, can't you? You're there behind the door, aren't you? Come on, just a word, Michelle. Is it really you? Didier? George? For a moment, they seemed to be at a loss for words. Probably because they almost didn't recognize my voice. But it was only a heartbeat. And then Didier spoke. There's a carriage waiting outside. I'm going to unlock the door so you can leave in it. Why? Because Dad's talking crazy. He's saying the Bollinger family has no need for a demon child, that you're some mark of shame on our name. He's gonna have you executed. George! Father wants me dead? It felt like the floor had fallen out from under me. Executed. Demon child, mark of shame? So he was saying. I didn't even deserve to live anymore? It's planned for tomorrow morning. We only just found out ourselves, which is why you prepared a way for me to escape. But why? Why? Do you even need to ask? Because we're family. Something terrible has gotten into Father. I clenched my teeth, fighting back a bitter, angry sigh. But I couldn't keep all those emotions bottled up for long. A maelstrom of feelings I thought I had lost in my 2 years of imprisonment swirled up inside me, spilling from my lips. Why? Why are you doing this now? If you really felt that way, then why didn't you come sooner? 2 years I spent locked in this room. Do you have any idea how I felt in that time? Any idea how hard I had to fight to endure? How many times I cried for your help? How hard I pounded on that door begging to be set free? But never, never once did you come. Not even once. Michelle. Oh, I scare you, don't I? You think I've gone insane, that I've lost my mind, that I sold my soul to the devil, don't you? No, Michelle, we don't. Then why? Why didn't you come and set me free? Michelle, no. We don't think you've lost your mind at all. So you didn't want to see me then, huh? You didn't want to face what I'd become? Tell me I'm wrong, Didier. Georges, you left me here. You abandoned me for 2 whole years. Locked me away so you didn't have to see me. I'm sorry, I'm really busy with my art, and I've been getting a ton of commissions down at the court, and, Didier's a knight now, so he's up to his neck in expeditions, and, well, I'm really sorry. As am I. I cannot say that you are wrong. After what happened, I wasn't sure how I was supposed to act around you. I'm still not sure even now. I knew I had to find the time to collect myself, but I kept putting it off, vainly hoping that time would just take care of it all. And for that I owe you an apology. But you need to understand, I do not agree with Father's decision, and I do not want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child, and Georges feels the same. Neither of us want to see you dead.
What he said, Michelle. There's not much time. Listen, we need to get you out of here.
I bit down hard on my lower lip, hard enough to draw blood. It was that or start sobbing. It's a little late for that. Michelle.
If you don't get out of here, you're gonna be killed.
If I'm not an angel sent from heaven or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I?
What are you? Well, you're
a Bollinger. You're our family. And that's all there is to it. I pray you can forgive me for averting my eyes for so long. Can I trust you? Can I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side, that you'll always be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more? Didier, Georges. You absolutely can, Michelle. I swear to God on high.
And I swear to the God of art.
Michelle, I have no other choice, do I? I couldn't talk Father out of it, could I? Well, I would rather you didn't try. He's not a man to change his mind, and if you were to show up before him, he would likely draw his sword on you himself. And that would destroy Mother. I'm sorry. We're not doing this only for you. Okay. I'll go.
Oh, thank goodness.
The carriage will take you to a mansion, Michelle. It's a property Father purchased some time ago. About 2.5 years, by my calculations. But due to rumors about the house, it's abandoned. No one wants to buy it from him either, and that's unlikely to change. It's the ideal place to keep you out of sight.
What kinds of rumors?
Well,
no point in keeping it a secret. He has a right to know.
Shout out to Georges dropping the pronouns.
Well, they say a witch lives there.
A witch? I think it's all just made up, personally. I went to check the place out, and there was no one there.
It was a little dreary, to be sure.
I'd hoped to have a better place arranged for you, but there wasn't enough time. This is only temporary, Michelle. I can't say how long it will be, but Father will pass away eventually. And when he does, Georges will inherit the estate. And that will mean you can return. So I ask that you hold out until that time. And if I don't leave, I'm going to be executed. So send me anywhere. I won't complain. Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. I'll talk to Father and ensure he does not suspect anything.
We'll make this work. Don't you worry. The long and short of it is, Dad simply wants you erased from the family.
Georges.
Sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean. Anywho, once I take over, well, we're in the clear. He'll be acknowledged as a Bollinger.
I see. Okay then. Can I open up the door now? Just a minute.
Huh? You're still not ready?
I don't have any clothing.
Oh. Right, you wouldn't, huh?
How tall are you now, Michelle? Around the same height as you, I think.
You're taller than me?
Damn. All right, I'll bring you some of my clothes. Thank you.
Wow, I don't think I ever heard you say thank you without putting up a fight, Michelle.
It's not true. I don't think. I'll be back soon. Get what you need together.
All right.
Good song? Good song? Good song. Sitting in the carriage, waiting outside, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, I gazed out at my two brothers. I hadn't seen them in 2 years, but they hardly looked any different than how I remembered them. I was the only one who had changed, and dramatically at that. Looking at them, I couldn't help but remember the old days, playing chess with Didier, learning to draw from Georges, our sibling outings. However, the ominous sound of thunder crashing in the distance drowned out those memories. The mansion is several days' travel from here. Hopefully the carriage isn't too uncomfortable. I'll send a package with any supplies you need, once a month. Food, clothing, and, something to pass the time. If there's anything you want, Michelle, just tell me. Now, or you can have a servant pass a message on to me.
I can't think of... Actually, wait. I can think of one thing. I would like a chess set.
All right. Then I'll have one made.
I would rather have yours, Didier. Would that be possible?
Are you sure you want that beaten old thing?
Yes, I want that one.
All right then. I'll include it in the first delivery. I'll send you something too, Michelle. Anything you want, just tell me.
In that case, I would like some art tools. I'm nowhere near as much of an artist as you are, Georges, so they don't have to be anything special.
Gotcha. So, some canvas and... how about some charcoal? And when you're back, I want to see what you've made with it, okay?
Okay.
I know this is already hard enough on you, Michelle, but I need to ask you to do something for me. Avoid making contact with anyone who doesn't already know about you.
So I can't talk to anybody but the servants.
Put simply, yes. Tomorrow the world will consider you dead, so we cannot have people finding out you are actually alive, especially Father. Please, do this for me. Whatever happened to Amy, I think she just got bored. She got bored of not getting a reaction out of Michelle, and so she just gave up. And so she's like, I'm done, I'm out of here. So I think she's still married to Georges, but I don't think that she has no understanding of this situation at all. It's just the three of them in this foggy, rainy night that know the truth.
I've been doing that for 2 years already. I've long since lost interest in interacting with anybody, so you don't need to ask me to keep to myself.
Right.
Does anyone else know I'm alive?
Yes. Mother knows. In fact, this was her idea.
It was?
She loves you, Michelle. She really does. Mom just... she's having a little trouble facing the truth. So even though she's not here to see you off, I guarantee she doesn't want to see you dead. She wants to have you in her life again. I expect Mother will be writing you, so please, take the time to write her back. She's a troubled woman, but her love for you is true and unwavering. Will you do that? Yeah, just a quick little, hey, got your letter, doing great. That'll suffice.
All right.
Just so you know. Well, it kills me indeed that we can't stand up to Dad. But as long as he lives, well, his word's God in this house.
I understand that, yes. Hey, you never know. He could be gone quicker than you expect. Week from now, and bam, he's as dead as Dee's social life. Is there not an ounce of respect in your body? Oh, give me a break. I'm upset. He's gone way too far. And once he's dragged his arse off to the great beyond, anything goes. Surprise! Michelle was alive. Yeah, I suppose. Until then, we'll take care of things here. Tomorrow's gonna be the performance of our lives. Crying like a couple of big babies and laughing our tails off inside. You'll forgive me if I have trouble trusting that loose tongue of yours. Psh, I'm not stupid. I know this is important. Not even Amy'll suspect a thing. Amy. Yeah, not even she can know. Oh, it's gonna crush her, I'm sure, but the less people who know, the better. When Zor said her name, my whole body went shamefully cold. It had been 1.5 years since the hell she'd put me through, but every last detail of it remained carved into my mind and body. There was no way she would be even slightly sad about my death. She might act it, but she would almost certainly be elated by the news. It seemed George had still yet to see what lay beneath that woman's mask. I know you two were close. Huh? Are you worried about this, how this might affect her? What? She cared for you for about 6 months, didn't she? When you wouldn't let the servants in. What? From what I hear, you got real close to dying in there. You wouldn't even eat unless she was there. Who the hell told you that? Huh? Is that not what happened? Did something happen between you two, Michelle? Amy didn't do it Never mind. I can't tell them. I can't put what I went through into words. It'll only worsen my shame. Especially not in front of my brothers. George, how are things between you and Amy? Oh, you still letting what happened 2 years ago get to you? Well, I mean, at the time, things were a total disaster, but I'm all excited about getting myself a pretty little wife only to find out she's rocking the boat with someone else. I cried for weeks. Yeah, I'm sorry. Deep down, though, she ain't actually a bad girl. She's young and, well, kids make mistakes. After it all came out, she turned over a new leaf. She started doting on me, something serious, and, well, it's hard not to let one little mistake like that go when she's trying so hard to make up with me. The age excuse doesn't work for Dee, though. For about 1 year, things were really rough between us. I didn't even want to look at him. But at the end of the day, well, we are family. We can get past anything. Besides, because you let the cat out of the bag, that gave me something to hold over Dee. All things considered, well, I'm not complaining. So, you would say you were happy then, George? Looking over, tabulating his final score right now. Sure would, yep. Hey, believe it or not, I'm kinda head over heels for her. Hard not to like a girl like Amy. I see. Do you really feel that bad about 2 years ago? So she's still keeping up the good girl facade around Georges and Didier. No one else knows she's actually a sadistic, cackling demon. Nothing less trustworthy in the world than a woman who's always smiling. But if Georges thinks he's happy, I can't take that away from him. Michelle? Oh, right, yes, I do feel guilty about the way I lost control of my emotions and took it out on you guys. It happens to everyone. In fact, you could stand to do a little more shouting and fussing. Then you could... Because I have underdeveloped social skills. You heard that? You got one hell of a nasty streak, huh, Dee? I'm glad to hear you're still on good terms. It wasn't my intention to pit the two of you against each other. We know. The blame falls on my shoulders. I want you to know something, Michelle. Though your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept, with enough time,
everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and George. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. God's a little bit of a jerk, too. Try not to forget I am a knight, George. In time. In time. Speaking of which, we don't have much time left. I'm going to tell the coachman to set off, okay?
Didier,
Yeah?
tell me the truth. Will the three of us ever meet again?
Why would you ever ask that? Of course we will.
Not a chance I'm letting this be our last family get-together. One last question, then.
Yes?
Am I your brother?
Well, I mean, look at you. Don't look like much of a sister to me. So yeah, I'd say you are.
I see. So long, then.
Farewell. And may good health bless you until we meet again. Until then, Michelle.
Farewell.
Before seeing me off for good, they both gave me firm, strong hugs. Didier first, and then Georges. The warmth I felt in their arms, in my family's arms, slowly spread through my chilled body, which made it that much more difficult to part ways. The wheels of the carriage rattled against the wet, stone-paved road. I stuck my head out the window, watching as they shrunk into the distance, standing there in the rain until they were completely out of view. A tightness filled my breast. Every glimmer of hope I had for my new life was matched by an equal degree of darkness and uncertainty. Would I ever make it back home? And if I did, would people still call me a demon child? Having to write mother was another uncomfortable weight on my soul. The thought of having to play a girl for her. Well, it made me sick. George had acted like it would be nothing, but it wasn't that easy. It was more than mere pretend. Didier had said that in time things would change, but how could he be certain that those changes would be for the better? The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion. Hey, Minky Moo, are you here? If you are here, could you turn on the tea kettle? The next thing I know, I'm sinking into a vast void. Thank you. Darkness cuffs my hands and legs, restricting my movement. Images of the past I had kept buried away for so long stream past me. This isn't how I wanted it to happen. Not coming from my own mouth, but being laid bare for all to see without my consent, Subsertheus. This wasn't how I wanted her to find out about my secret, about my shameful history. I warned you, my dear. I told you you didn't want to reclaim your old self. If you had simply let it be, well, you wouldn't be here now, forced to relive it all. Now do you understand? The tale I spun behind the fourth door was as much for you as it was for her. There you were a young man with a sad fate. But you met a wonderful woman, fell in love with her, and then died in the arms of tragedy. The sequence of events is not far from the truth, but I was able to turn it into something enchanting and beautiful. I got rid of all the nasty little details, your ugliness, your body troubles, all of that. Doesn't it seem a bit unfair, Michelle? You tore down the walls around Giselle's heart, around her past, but you wanted to keep your own nice and safe and hidden away. Well, she has every right to be upset.
You were afraid she wouldn't accept you, were you not? And that's precisely what happened. But can you honestly blame her? The truth you've kept hidden away is not something most would be able to accept. The prince who came riding in to save her, silence, wasn't actually a man. Please, enough. I've seen enough. Just let it stay buried, please. Just stop this. I don't want to see it. I don't want anything to do with it. What a sad little creature you are, my dear. Not a woman in this world would have any interest in you now. You've surrounded yourself with layer upon layer of walls, covered yourself with this patchwork, barely held together quilt of masks, and it's the only thing keeping you together. Well, you're the frailest one of all, the weakest, and it's about time you accepted that and stopped trying to fight it. I am not weak. Oh, is that so? Well, let's proceed with the tale then, shall we? Face the one you hate the most in this world. Yourself. Your weakness. Your ugliness. Face it. And despair. Don't. Again. Once again, my own desires, my own wishes, are completely irrelevant. The past sprawls out before me once more, and the witch is exactly right. I despise the man I was then, teeming with vain hope and foolish dreams. I would rather pretend that part of me never existed, but I have no choice. I'm dragged back into the life I once lived, my pleas for mercy fading into dark nothingness. Let me run to the restroom. Let me refill my tea. Oh, I love this song. I love this one. I'm going to refill my tea. I'm going to run to the restroom really quick. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. We're back in Michelle's story right after this. We have to know what the hell went on for nearly a decade before Giselle showed up. Incredible. Incredible stuff. All right. Hang tight for just a minute. When I get back, we're back with more Fata Morgana. Good to see everybody that snuck in while I was on break. Phoenix, Spam, DK Silver. Good to see all of you. We're back with the house in Fata Morgana. I couldn't remember how long it had been since the capital had disappeared into the distance, but I'd been on the road for some time now. We'd long since left paved roads behind. The carriage rocked back and forth as it proceeded down the rough dirt path. For hours, I stared through the window as unfamiliar scenery flowed past. Eventually, a fog settled over the area, making it difficult to discern night from day. We made our way through the dark, dense woods, and beyond them, like the world fading into view after a dream, a mansion appeared before us. We know this mansion. All the windows were either shuttered or boarded, encasing the house in darkness. In a way, it felt like all I had done was move from one prison to a much larger one. Briefly, I thought that they had possibly been sealed to keep anyone from seeing me inside, but my coming here was a very recent development. More likely then, the house had been in this condition when it was initially purchased. Quite the piece of property my father had found himself with. I wondered if he had been swindled by its previous owner. It was a gloomy, uninviting place, but it didn't appear to be in disrepair. The coachman left my luggage outside the door, gave me an empty farewell, and then was on his way. I was entirely alone.
I spent some time just staring out at the forest, but naturally, there was nothing of interest to be found there. So I quietly turned around and opened the door to the mansion. It's certainly dark. I could barely even see my own feet. Briefly, I considered trying to unshutter a window or two, but ended up deciding against it. The less inviting the place looked, the easier it would be for me to avoid contact with the outside world, as Didier had recommended. Standing there in the darkness for several minutes, my eyes gradually grew accustomed to the lack of light. While it was hardly ideal, it was sufficient to take a look around the house. The inside didn't seem to have received the same level of... I don't know why that feels like such a tongue twister. The inside didn't seem to have received the same level of care as the outside. A lot of sees and seem and sing and received and same, and everything was dusty and the air was many years stale. But I wasn't in a cleaning mood, so I dug through my luggage for a bundle of candles, lighting one with a flint. A stained glass window. Examining the large room I found myself in, I came across a stained glass window depicting an angel. The Archangel, after whom I had been named, looked solemnly down upon me. Quite the joke. 2 columns of evenly spaced pews ran the length of the room, all facing the multicolored window. I set the candlestick on a podium of some sort, which is when I realized this is a chapel. A flat length of silver, bent in the middle, was mounted to the pulpit's face. When I saw it, I knew exactly what it used to be. A cross. The pews weren't facing the stained glass, but the cross. Why, though? It felt as though the mansion had been built up around the chapel rather than the opposite. I was perplexed as to why anyone would do that. But of course, there was no one around to sate my curiosity. Taking the candlestick back in hand, I made my way beyond the pulpit. There sat a small, metal door. I pressed one hand against the cool surface, and my heart leapt. It was abnormally cold. Though the door itself seemed perfectly normal, an inexplicable anxiety spread through me. It was a very unusual sensation. My instincts told me I should stay far, far away. And my heart told me it was my duty to see what lay beyond. What am I going to find back there? After a few moments' hesitation, I decided to act in opposition to my instincts. I was looking at a long, spiral staircase. The wooden stairs stretched so high, I couldn't tell where they ended. An observation tower, perhaps? As if being pushed forward by some inhuman force, I mounted the staircase. By the 3rd or 4th loop, soft light began peeking into the tower through regularly spaced rectangular openings in the stone walls. Through one such window, I gazed outside, and far off in the distance, beyond the seemingly endless ocean of trees, I saw a small village. Nowhere I'm ever going to go. So many stairs. It had been quite some time since I had exerted myself this much. I hardly had any opportunity locked away in my chambers. With every step I took, I could hear my joints creaking and my muscles screaming. I was long since out of breath, only staying upright with the help of the wall. This is pitiful. Damn it. But turning back never occurred to me. I had to keep climbing, had to make it to the top. And it was that feeling of necessity that pushed my exhausted body upward. By the time I had reached the top, I was practically gasping for air. Sweat streamed down my forehead. I wiped it aside, turning my gaze toward yet another door. But unlike the first, what on earth? A tangle of rope covered the surface. Layers upon layers of it, making its intent abundantly clear. Nothing shall come in or out. It didn't look like it had been put there recently either, as much of it was rotted through. Out of curiosity, I grabbed at the coil and yanked. The rope snapped in several places, chunks falling limply to the floor. It wasn't enough to allow the door to open, though. People only sealed doors like this for a reason, largely because they didn't want or couldn't allow others to see what hid behind them. Like what they did to me. For a few moments, I felt as though I was looking down at myself from outside my body. If it hadn't been this man, but someone else standing there, would they have turned back at the sight of the sealed-off door, acting as though nothing was there? Or would they have done as I did? I ground my teeth, a mix of annoyance and bitterness rushing through me. I did not hesitate. I held the flame of the candle up to the wall of rope, careful not to set the whole thing ablaze, slowly, carefully burning through them, one by one. It was repetitive and time-consuming, but I persisted, wiping away sheets of sweat before it streamed into my eyes. The sun was well on its way down before I finally managed to expose the door. I took a deep breath, looked up at it, and gulped. Oop. There was something indescribably chilling about that door. And then, I pushed it open. A barely noticeable breeze brushed past me. A single ray of sunlight shone into the room, coming from a single window sitting atop a high wall. It cast a milky white patch of light on the hard floor, revealing the fact that I was not alone. The rumors say a witch lives in this mansion, and there I saw, in this cursed house, a skeleton with only one arm. Sheesh. A cursed mansion for a cursed man. I forgot about the one arm. Oh, I forgot about the one arm. It was like I was destined to end up here. I had no way of finding out who the skeleton belonged to, so I left it there, at the top of the tower, and retreated into thought. I wondered to myself, how had the one-armed person died? How had they felt, locked in that room, staring up at that sole window so far out of reach? About the only thing they would have seen was the sky and the occasional bird. Had they yearned for more light, or had they come to despise the tiny patch of it that trickled into the room? Had they been some sort of wicked criminal imprisoned for wrongdoing? Not all prisoners are necessarily bad people. Having been branded with a non-existent curse, I couldn't help but think that perhaps something similar had happened to whoever they were. Vainly reaching out for the sun, constantly praying for rescue that would never come. What had gone through their mind as they withered away? Would anyone ever come for me? Would my brothers keep their word? Or would I, years from now, end up another pile of dry bones somewhere in this house, unwanted and alone? Robbed of all hope with no one but the darkness to talk to as it sunk its teeth deeper and deeper into me. That corpse could be me in the future. Didier, Georges, did you really send me here to keep me hidden? Or is this to be my grave? Can I put my faith in you? Can I trust you when you say I'll be able to return, that everyone will happily accept me, that we'll all be together again, that we'll play chess, that we'll draw pictures, that nobody will be left out? All I really wanted was for people to accept me for who I was, to accept that I was a man, no, that I had grown to resemble a man, that I had the heart of a man. I didn't need anything else. I didn't want to cause anyone anguish. I didn't want to hate anyone. I simply wished to be who I was, no, who I wanted to be. And I didn't want to be treated like I was strange or different. If that was asking too much, then at the very least, I wanted to have one person in my life who truly understood me. Didier, Georges, I pray that you can be that for me. Lurking quietly in the mansion's all-encompassing darkness, I waited and hoped that the day might arrive when I could come out of hiding. However, 1, 2, 3 years later, I had still not been set free. Only my mother wrote me, and in all her letters she said the same thing. When your curse is broken, come back home, sweetheart. When your curse is broken, I want you back in my life. When your curse is broken, everything will be back to normal. I wait expectantly for the day you are free of that terrible curse. The curse would never be broken, though. What I was now was what I was meant to be. All that time I had spent as a girl, none of that was real. Didier had said he didn't think I was cursed. My brothers didn't think I was some hellish demon child, so no, the curse would never be broken, because there was no curse to break. I wasn't cursed at all. There was no damned curse. But the flow of time eroded away at me, slowly killing any confidence I had once had, sucking me dry of all trust for others and myself. With enough time, I started questioning my own beliefs about what I was, started thinking that perhaps I was cursed. Much like they had at the Bollinger estate, the servant who came by every month did his best to avoid making eye contact. But beyond just bringing me food, he was also checking in on me, making sure I didn't attempt to run away. And every month, he probably went back and told Mother the same thing, that my curse had still not been broken. Do you have the answers I seek, O Father in heaven? If you do, I ask of you to guide me, to please tell me what I am. If I truly am cursed, and perhaps you could tell me how much my soul weighs, too. Probably not very much. I spent enough time alone in that dark mansion to drive anyone mad. The more time that had passed, the more I grew to question myself, my worth as a human being. And whenever the self-doubt and loathing became too much to take, I trekked up to the top of the observation tower to see the light. Sitting there on the hard floor, I would place my hand on the skeleton's leg, its shoulder, its hand. From the size of the bones, whoever it was appeared to have still been young when their life withered away. Poor child. Even I feel blessed compared to you. Oh, how miserable it must have been locked away up in this tower, to have your arm mercilessly severed,
You have my pity, though. I alone shall mourn your death, and I alone shall take comfort in your presence. You poor, poor child. By pretending to pity someone who had had it worse than me, I was able to feel somewhat better about myself, because if I was in a position to pity someone else, then conversely, I wasn't in a position to be pitied. Vainly, foolishly trying to convince myself of a lie, I spent hours, days alone in that tower, holding the dry bones in my arms. Now there was a sight to lend credence to my alleged madness. Over time, the air in the mansion seemed to thicken, as if the fog were condensing. Water pushed out all the air, swallowing me up, suffocating me. A putrid mire. I was trapped at the bottom of this thick, black sludge, and soon I lost track of the passage of time, my only landmarks being the dates on Mother's letters. Before I knew it, 8 years had passed. What the hell is this? The snowman? Snow, if you're... What the hell is this? Dante? I hadn't heard my own voice in so long I'd almost forgotten what it sounded like. There was a delivery that day, but it wasn't the usual package. The servant was instead carrying a large rectangular object, draped in cloth. Shoving that into my hands, he said, "The regular supplies will be here in a couple days," and then ran off. Presumably, he was afraid to spend any more time than necessary with a cursed man. But I didn't bother to say anything about it. I knew it was a waste of breath. And I was not inclined to hold it against him if he didn't want to look me in the eye, to exchange words. All I could reasonably do was sit back and bear it. As long as I kept my mouth shut, the man could do his job in peace. By the candlelight, I began unwrapping the package the servant had delivered. From within, a sheet of parchment fell to the floor, and inside the package was a painting. Just looking at it, I couldn't tell what it was, aside from the fact that it was a portrait of a woman. I knew those brushstrokes, though. They were very distinctly Georges. The woman depicted had white hair. White hair. There was a flash, a fresh jolt of the pain that had nearly faded away. The half-dozen needles, piercing my chest. So much blood had spilled from those gouges I had long since lost any sensation of pain. But now it was back. No, George, you didn't. My whole body froze. The blood in my veins came to a halt. I couldn't breathe. I was drowning in a pool of imaginary water. I crouched down to pick up the sheet of parchment. It was a letter, in Mother's handwriting. The first line read, as it did in all her correspondence: "My beloved daughter Michelle, every day I pray that your curse might be broken, but lately I have come to think that perhaps the reason you remain cursed is because you have forgotten what you are supposed to be. So long you have spent in that accursed form, it is little surprise you would lose sight of yourself. How can you return to your true self if you do not even remember what that is? So I asked Georges to paint you a picture, hoping it might help you break free of your curse. You are a beautiful young woman, my dear Michelle. I presume you have already seen the painting. It's lovely, wouldn't you agree? That flowing white hair and skin like glass. Those deep, enchanting red eyes, those slender fingers, and modest feminine frame. Those soft lips. It is not you when you were younger, though. Instead, I had him imagine what you would look like now. That's what you will look like when your curse is broken. Isn't that wonderful? Imagine it. Envision yourself, your true self. Remember who you are. Recall your true self. I wait eagerly until the day you come back to me, looking as beautiful as you do in this painting. My dear, sweet Michelle. This is you. This is the real you. You are beautiful, my little girl, and I love you dearly. That awful fuss all those years ago, oh, we can pretend none of that ever happened. Forget all about the dreadful thing that curse made you. Become the girl you used to be, the girl you were meant to be, so we can once more be a happy family. I am waiting, forever waiting for you.
The letter ended there, leaving me with the woman in the painting staring back at me. Her eyes seeming to insist that I was not me, that she was the real me, and that I was nothing more than a fraud. Laughing at me, scoffing at me for ever thinking I was anything but female, mocking me for stubbornly insisting I wanted to be a man. The pain in my chest swelled, spilling from my mouth in grunts and moans. And then... I screamed from the bottom of my lungs. Why? Why? I yanked at my hair. Why, Georges? Slammed the painting against the floor. You said I could believe you. You swore to the god of art. So why? Why would you do this to me? You said yourself you didn't think I was cursed. You acknowledged me as your brother. You know this isn't me, so why? Why would you make this? I've been waiting for so long. I put my trust in you and in Didier. I trusted you. I believed you would always support me. Was that all a lie? Deep down, you really think I'm cursed, just like Mother? And that's why you haven't written to me, why you haven't answered any of my letters. Where did my faith get me? Why did you even help me escape? Was it all for show? Was my execution just a lie, an excuse for you to send me somewhere far away? Well, was it? Tell me. Tell me the truth. What about you, Didier? Where do you stand? No, this isn't real. My voice was getting hoarse. I didn't have the strength to hold it in, and everything came spilling out of me, squeezed out by the phantom water. And the white-haired girl in the painting just stared back at me, smiling. I bit down on my lip as hard as I could. A metallic taste spread through my mouth, drops of blood trickling to the floor. Pulling the knife I used to open the monthly deliveries from my waistband, I lifted it high into the air, gathering what remained of my strength. This isn't me, and slashed the woman's face with it. This isn't me. This isn't me. I am not this woman. I am a man, carved into it. This is not how I look with everything I had. Don't try to erase who I really am. Don't call me repulsive. Don't say I'm an abomination. I tore into that smile, contempt surging from every slash. This woman isn't real. I wanted to curse the whole damned world, every last thing, this wretched mire that had become of my life. My brothers, for happily going about their lives as I suffered here in the darkness. My delusional mother, for refusing to acknowledge who I was. My father, for trying to have me killed. Amy, for making me realize I was a man, and then torturing me for coming out about it. Everyone.
I didn't care anymore. I wanted everyone who had ever wronged me to suffer the same way I had. I can make that happen. A voice rang out. I can curse them for you, my dear. It was a woman's voice, muffled, like there were several walls between me and her. Who's there? I swiped up my candlestick, thrusting it forward to the sides, behind me, but there was no one else around. Give it a little thought. It's not that difficult. And when you figure it out, come to me. I've been waiting for so long for someone like you, someone with such hatred for the world. How am I supposed to know who you are? Oh, how could you not, my dear? You visited me so many times, held me in your arms, whispered poor child into my ear again and again. Oh, no, that's not possible. I see. Oh, I finally truly lost my mind. Well, if that's what you wish to believe, well, that's your choice. But the way I see it, if you had truly lost your mind, well, you wouldn't be in such pain. The voice, still muffled and unclear, seemed to be coming from somewhere far away and very close at the same time. Find your way to me and open the door once more. Let me out of my cage. Give me your hand. I knew in the back of my mind that it was all absurd, but nonetheless I did as the voice said. I let myself be drawn in by the pleasant whispers. The archangel stood proudly upon his glass perch, looking down at me. His gaze almost seemed judgmental, but I marched for the tower, unconcerned. For so long I have been waiting for the day I would be rid of this darkness, for the day someone would truly set me free. When you arrived at this house, well, I felt the hands of fate at work, that you were led here, that you were meant to come to this place. You've been through so much to get here, and I know your pain. I know how it feels to be locked up, to be tortured and used for others' gain. Well, you were the only one to ever have pity for me, and I shall be the only one to have compassion for you. You were the only one to stay at my side, and I shall do the same for you. You can give me life again. You can resurrect me. Now, open the door, Michelle. It felt like I was no longer in control of my own body. Her voice was tender, in a way unlike either Mother's or Amy's, enticingly so. Standing at the top of this observation tower, I pushed open the door. And the first thing I saw was the ray of light shining through the window. And nothing else. Thank you for opening the door. It was empty. The skeleton, which had been sitting there as long as I had been in this house, had vanished, without a trace. I spun around, my gaze darting back and forth across the chamber, but there was no one there. Only her voice whispering in my ear. You made this possible. You gave me the chance to have my revenge. Revenge? Now, I can make those men suffer a hell even worse than the one they put me through. Constant, everlasting despair. Their flesh may turn to dust, But so long as their souls live on, well, their torture will know no end. The tenderness in her voice crumbled away, leaving only raw loathing behind. She then let out a half-muffled cackle. "Who are you?" "Oh, you poor dear. They locked you up here without telling you whose house it was?" "The bread's okay even without the oil? Nice. Nice, saved. What kind of bread? Just a white bread, or did you do something fun with it?" "You sad, pathetic thing. Though that's exactly the kind of person I needed." You're not the witch, are you?" "Well, that I am. I am the cursed witch who loathes this puny, wretched world, curses it. And my name is Morgana." Morgana. I assumed the witch was nothing but a legend, a tale. "If you don't believe me, I would be happy to show you. Let's see. Well, I could place a curse on someone you have a grudge against, drag them down into the dark abyss. You are the one who granted me freedom, after all, sympathized with me, pitied me, appreciated me. You happily embraced my filthy corpse. And for that, I will grant you your wish. Wishes can come true, Michelle. Much the same way I was able to come to life. If you remain steadfast in your desires, they will all become reality. For devotion and yearning are the fountain from which miracles spring. I cannot leave the mansion's grounds, but that is a minor inconvenience. Tell me who you wish to curse, and I can lead them. Here. I can force the cross you were made to bear onto them. I believe in my power to perform miracles because you made my miracle a reality. So tell me, my dear, who will be first? Your second brother, who made that ridiculous painting, George. Shall we kill him? Well, he deserves at least that. He brought you more than enough pain. But if you would rather, you could curse your mother instead. Or the woman who set you on this path. Or perhaps you would prefer your father. With him gone, you could return home. Ask, and I will perform a miracle for you. I didn't think she was lying either. As ridiculous as the whole affair sounded, the skeleton had disappeared from the tower, and I was hearing a disembodied voice. But beyond that, the voice seemed to have a sort of magnetism to it. If magic truly did exist in the world, then her words were laced with it. There was a power in her voice, something that repelled any instinct I might have to doubt the things she said. So I, on the verge of losing my grasp on reason altogether, believed every word the witch had said. I wanted to curse them, to curse my brothers, mother, father, Amy. And the witch was saying I could do precisely that. What'll it be, my dear? There is no price. I don't require a sacrifice or a dark ritual to perform any of my magic. I simply wish to show my gratitude. I want you to have that which you desire. So who'll it be? Who do you want to curse? The witch's sweet whispers hung in the air for a brief moment before wisping away. All the muscles in my body tensed up. I felt woozy, like the floor was wobbling beneath me, and it took everything I had not to fall over. Who did I want to curse? Oh, and you are welcome to choose more than one. All of them, even. I could curse them, and the witch would kill my family. Well, I'd be free. No one would know I had been born female. Well, why don't you become the new head of the estate? Who would I curse? Who would I kill? Didier, Georges, mother, father, Amy, all of them. They had exiled me to this place. Have your revenge. A black butterfly fluttered across the room's single shaft of light. As I stared absently up at it, dozens of memories, of emotions flashed through my mind. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything. With enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and Georges. I don't understand. Why would I think about them now? They've abandoned me, left me in that room for 2 years, and left me here for 8 more. They don't care whether I'm alive or dead, so why should I? Why should I? Have you made up your mind? I have. Well, then tell me, my dear. Who will it be? Who will you curse? No one. I cannot curse anyone, Morgana. Surely you jest. I know just how much you wish to see them dead. I felt all your hatred, your despair, and you mean to tell me you can't curse them? It struck me just now that I can't do that to family. I cannot curse my own family. This is the family that cast you aside, labeled you cursed, made you suffer for years, and then locked you away in this remote mansion, and they don't even feel the slightest bit remorseful about any of it. I understand that. I know that they don't give me the same weight to their words. I know that they don't give the same weight to their words as I do. I figured that out long ago. I know I'm alone in my prayers, that they don't want the same things that I do, that I trusted them more than they ever deserved. So why then? Why can you not curse them? Because I don't want to hate them. I don't want to bring them suffering. On the contrary, I want them to be happy. You have no place in that happiness, though. It's a happiness that rests upon your misfortune. Why then should you not drag them down so you can find respite for yourself? I would find no respite by cursing them. How can you be so sure of that, my dear? I most certainly found a great deal of it for myself. You're trying to follow your conscience. I can see that. But that good is superficial, and all it does is shackle you. Remove those shackles, and everything will be so much easier. Nothing you say can convince me to kill my own family. Well, why not someone who isn't family, then? Surely you can think of at least one person you would like to see dead. Oh, I most certainly can. Oh, I could kill her 12 times, and it wouldn't be enough. But just because I would be happy with her death, doesn't mean there aren't people who would be sad to lose her. Remove any one person from that group, and the whole thing could come crashing down. All because I couldn't restrain my own hatred. Your concern for them will devour you. Don't think I'm not aware of that. You aren't. You don't know that at all. The only reason you give them any consideration is because deep down you still have hope. But hope has a way of forsaking those who give it a home. You have a problem, and you need to take care of it before it kills you. You and I, we were cut from the same cloth. Well, you may still care for your family now. In time, you will come to curse them. Shout out to
this story, one of the most well-written stories I've ever played in a game, still using the "we're not so different, you and I" trope, it just goes to show it's one of the greats. We're not so different, you and I, when used at the right time. Whoo! It hits. It hits. It seriously is. It's one of the greats. We're not so different, you and I want to curse Amy because she's not related by blood, but that would inadvertently curse the blood. As Michelle just said, it's like Jenga. You know, you pull that piece and the whole tower could come crumbling down. I hear you, but I'm with Michelle on this one. No curse. I'm out on the Shark Tank curse panel. Amish friendship bread, dessert bread. Shouldn't even be called bread, but at least this one does have yeast. I had to bake it for 15 fewer minutes or it would have been a rock. I hope it's good. It sounds good.
Consider that a warning, Michelle. Your hatred, your curse, is what brought me back to life. And there's no getting around that. We do have plenty of time, though. No need to rush to a decision. I'll show you what it is you truly desire. Deep, deep down. And I'll show you again and again until you finally acknowledge it. The black butterfly hovering by the window disappeared, and the witch's voice grew distant. Overwhelmed, I collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Had I really said what I did out of love for my family, or was I just afraid of crossing that line? Was Morgana right? Was my heart now home to a terrible monster? If I had actually resurrected the witch with my hatred, maybe that was what I was now. Darkness seeped down over me once more. I was again encased in a pool of despair. Slowly, ever so slowly, it wore away at me, eroding me into nothing. If I didn't come up for air, I soon would take the witch's offer. Cackling like a demon, I would place a curse on someone. I would kill them. Reviving her was a mistake I never should have made. And not for the greater good or anything so noble. No, every time she spoke, a little more of my spirit died. I realized that my flashlight on my phone was on from when I was showing the power button on my computer. That whole time I had like a light illuminating out onto my desk because my phone flashlight was on. From that day on, Morgana's voice became a constant fixture in my life. Curse them, kill them, curse them, she serenaded directly into my ear. No matter where I hid or how deep I put my fingers in my ears, her voice resounded directly in my head. Hearing an incessant stream of curses from a disembodied voice was so unreal, so unbelievable, that I felt as though I was being dragged away from the realm of humanity. There was an odd, unsettling magnetism in her voice, allowing her malevolence to seep into me. It was downright torturous. Curse them. Revile them. Do you really need to be in your right mind? Honestly? Your fixation on holding on to your sanity is what's causing you so much anguish. Admit it. There's more darkness, more seething malice inside you than anyone else. That's why you were the one who resurrected me. Admit it. You do want to curse them, don't you? You do want to kill them, don't you? No, I don't. I don't want that at all. I've told you this already. Oh, you're so desperate to deny it, Michelle. It can only mean that it's true. You would be able to maintain your calm if you were truly free of guilt. I do not wish to kill Didier, or Georges, or mother, or father. I have no desire whatsoever to see them dead. Your constant babbling is messing with my head. Oh, be honest with yourself, Michelle. You do imagine what it would be like to hold their warm intestines on your hands, standing over their bodies? No, I don't. That's not what I want. Don't lie, Michelle. You climbed the tower, you opened the door, you sought me. No, I wasn't in control. No, Michelle, you were. Enough, I'm done listening to you. Now, don't take your anger out on inanimate objects, Michelle. Do you even know where I am? Where are you? I'm standing behind you. In front of you. Now I'm beside you. You're just playing around with me, Morgana, mocking me for your own amusement. Not at all, my dear. In fact, I consider you a close friend. I read groans, and I was reading close when I read groans, and so I said gross. She's right behind me, isn't she? Why would I mock someone who means so much to me? We are not close. You will come to understand in time that we are very much the same. And when you do, you will also know that I am the one person who truly understands you. Enough. Let it all go, Michelle. Curse it all with me. Despise it, kill it, make it suffer. Curse it. Please, just stop. And where might you be going, Michelle? Wherever you run, I will always be by your side. Are you going to pray to God to exorcise me? Now, that's quite amusing considering I'm the child of... I'm not trying to hurt you, Michelle. On the contrary. Stop talking, please. Just stop. I want to set you free from your misery. I can't take it anymore. Please, just be quiet. Who's there? I'm here to deliver your monthly package. I see. Michelle? Is something the matter? I opened the door, and there stood a servant of the Bollinger estate. He seemed to be quite perturbed by the sight of me. I must have looked terrible. Morgana's voice, her words, had sapped my spirit dry. A human. A normal person, not a witch, or a spirit, or a demon. I knew good and well that the servant would never do anything to help me. He wouldn't believe a word I said, but at that point, his humanity was enough for me to latch onto. Help me, please. Pardon? The witch. She talks to me and she never stops talking. I'm begging you, please, get me out of here. Let me go back home, in your carriage. Please, just let me go back. The witch's voice, it's killing me. It won't go away. I can't escape it. Please, I need your help. You've gone mad. What? You're crazy. See, this is why I didn't even want this job, having to deliver supplies to this damned cursed mansion. Oh, having to get anywhere near the Bollinger's youngest child. No. I'm perfectly sane. You sold your soul to the devil. Don't think I'm in the dark about that. No, I did no such thing. You're completely insane. No, I'm done with this damn job. It's not worth all the riches in the world. Not if it means I have to be around a lunatic like you for even a minute. Why? I'm not crazy. I'm perfectly sane. I'm not mad. Michelle, your mind is far, far from sound. I won't hear it. I'm not mad, damn it. I'm not insane. I won't hear it.
witch spent nearly every waking moment of every day at my side, talking and talking and talking about how mean-spirited humans were, how ugly they were, an endless loop of vitriol, and she never seemed to tire of it either. Every single day. On and on and on. She also made a point of reminding me about myself, everything I was trying to get away from. But as much as I fought to ignore her, to not let the things she said in, she slipped past every wall I put up, her every word warping me. There was no escape. Curse them, revile them, remember. Remember the things they did to you. Close your eyes and envision it. Remember. Remember the scorn in their eyes, the way their lips twisted as they laughed. You need only curse them, and you can wipe those reprehensible smirks out of existence. Yeah, she's his own little personal Ryuk. I'm serious. Please stop this, Morgana. Please stop talking to me. I'm begging you. I seriously can't take it anymore. Oh, now why would you say that, my dear? It's just the two of us alone in this gloomy old house. I don't see what's wrong with a little conversation. Your voice, everything you say is eating away at me. I care for you, and everything I say is meant to help set you free. So I will continue saying it. You're allowed to hate the people who have wronged you. They don't deserve happiness. As someone who's always smiling for you is someone who's certain to betray you. Someone who values themselves above all will not hesitate to put others' lives on the line. Someone who covets wealth and power will sacrifice his friends and family to obtain it. These are the kinds of people you once surrounded yourself with. I've told you repeatedly that I will not curse anyone. Why must you be so stubborn, my dear? I could ask you the same. Why won't you just leave me be? Because I can't stand to see you like this. Crossfire, I wish you all the luck in the world. With one word, you could be free of your pain. But because you insist on shackling yourself to your idea of family, well, you're making yourself miserable. We are the same type of person, Michelle. The type who has the right to curse others. Regardless of what kind of childhood you had, or how much hatred it instilled in you, Michelle, you're a cursed man, named after an angel. You need to realize how twisted you are, and soon. I'm not twisted. Do you honestly still believe you're normal? Tell me, what's normal about someone who happily embraces a skeleton? Tell me, what's normal about someone who hacks away at a girl's face with a knife? You are not normal, and I will repeat it as many times as I have to. You need to accept that. Why must you hold so tight to your sanity? If you would just let go, well, you wouldn't have to suffer. No one's gonna come and save you, my dear. The only thing that can save you anymore is your own loathing. We are the same. I am nothing like you. I am not a witch. I am not cursed. I am human. I am a human. Man? Yes, a man. With that body. Oh, my dear friend, let me tell you something you should be quite pleased to hear. Do you know what people say about people like you, those who are neither male nor female? That they are like unto God. Like unto God. Indeed. You should have been worshipped for your divinity, but instead your family cursed you. You are not human. From the second life was first breathed into you, your fate was decided. No, you're wrong. If I really were wrong, you would not be here now.
you would be back home with your family. Perhaps you would have a pretty little wife, living a normal, happy life together. But you have long since strayed from that path, and it's well out of sight now. I have not. I'm human. I'm a person, a normal person, the youngest son of the Bollinger estate. I am an ordinary man. No one, not a single person believed me. Not even the witch was willing to consider me human, never mind my family. The archangel whose name I shared looked down on me. The witch tried to drag me into her world. My past constantly ate away at me. I had been imprisoned in this place for far too long. There was nothing I could do about my body. All of those things combined threatened to break me. I let out a scream, then stumbled out of the room in a frenzy. I had to get out of that place. It didn't matter anymore that I was forbidden from leaving the property. I just wanted all of it out of sight. If they wouldn't let me come home, then I would run away. It was all I could do. I wanted to get myself anywhere that might have even the tiniest bit of light to share with me. I was desperate. Someone, anyone, please, tell me I'm human, tell me I'm a man. Anyone, please, tell me I'm not cursed. But when I opened the front door, searing light pierced my eyes. The world quickly went white. I couldn't see a thing. And then my arm began to burn beneath the sunlight. It was a flashbang. Black smoke rose from the sizzling flesh. It was a flashbang. A sickening stench filled the air. Excruciating pain quickly spread to the rest of my body. It was 3 grenades. It was a flashbang, a thermite, and a smoke. Speaking of which, Warzone 2 looks like a hell of a lot of fun, man. I've talked about this before. I like watching pro first-person shooter players. I've been watching Nadeshot play Warzone 2 all weekend. When I wake up and I'm still laying in bed and Nadeshot is on. Been watching some Warzone 2. Man, the pace of that game really compels me. I'm excited to download it. Why am I... Water. I slammed the door shut, restoring darkness. Gasping and groaning, I trudged back into the house in search of water, which I'm sure the witch Morgana observed with a great deal of pity. Oh, I don't think you're in need of any water. Take another look at yourself. With what little light managed to worm its way into the corridors to guide me, I dragged myself to the chapel, stopping beneath the pale light shining through the stained glass window. How? I wasn't burned. In fact, my skin hadn't even turned the slightest bit pink. There was nothing wrong with me as far as I could see. Where had that pain come from, then? And the distinct stench of burning flesh? This is your doing, isn't it, Morgana? Oh, I know what you're experiencing. It's happened to me, too. Sometimes enough emotional distress and despair can cause physical pain. I think that answers our question, Draconics. I think it was all in his head. The mind and body are much more tightly linked than you think. And well, your mind is far more damaged than you know. You poor, poor thing. You have my sympathy, my dear. You sad little child. Collapsed on the floor in front of the multicolored window, I felt like the whole world was closing in on me, or perhaps metamorphosing around me. I was completely and utterly cornered, and there was no getting around that, which left me with one option: to stop fighting and to accept the harsh reality before me. It would make everything so much easier.
The whole world said there was something wrong with me, and I was the only one who tried to deny it. So in the world's eyes, that meant that there was something wrong with me. I was abnormal. I was irregular. I was mad. I was cursed. I was not human. I was not a man. If I'm not human or male, maybe I should just call myself a witch. I did, however, remain firm in my refusal to curse anyone, unwilling to give up that last piece of my humanity. Everything else I let go of, which took a great deal of weight off of me. I stopped caring. I stopped thinking. I quiet quit. I stopped wanting someone to accept me, and I stopped wanting to run away. Sunlight no longer caused me agonizing, unseen burns, but in exchange, I became emotionally empty. I discarded my faith and my hope, building a shell of cynicism and closing myself within it. And in time, that became my normal. I began to believe it was what I wanted. Tranquility filled my days. Time trudged onward at an almost imperceptible pace. The witch's whispers no longer caused me aggravation. This is real. Abusers of trans people often lean on being the only person who understands them, but also dehumanizing at the same time. Yeah, absolutely. Essentially, nothing of note happened over the next 2 years. At one point, a man with an unusual disease stumbled across the mansion while wandering through the forest. But there's little more to be said about that, for nothing at all could have convinced me to care about someone else. Listen, this story can't just have one throwaway line about, yeah, you know, there was just some guy with an unusual disease that showed up at the mansion for a little bit, but like honestly, there's really not too much to be said about that. Like every single character in this story that has stumbled through this mansion gets like, yo, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. What's up, Wongo? How are you? Every single person that comes into this mansion gets like 6 hours dedicated to them. So I expect at some point this man with an unusual disease to receive a full spotlight. I can't place who they might be right now. But welcome in, Wongo Bongo and Raiders. How is everybody doing? I'm GoatedQuest. My channel is all about first playthroughs of some of the most beloved games of all time. And this is arguably the most critically acclaimed visual novel of all time. I'm currently playing The House in Fata, Morgana. But how was your stream, Wongo? How's Ghost Song? I watched another streamer play Ghost Song recently. It looks pretty good. Game Pass joint. I know it's good. It's one of those that like was like a single dev for the longest time, right? It was a single dev thing, and then for years and years and years it kind of was it a kickstarted thing? I think it might have been. I don't know. Let me get you a big boy shout out while we're here. Boom. If you guys aren't following Wongo Bongo did what the hell's the name of that game? Signalis just recently. And is doing Ghost Song. Besides that, do you usually stick around Game Passy kind of stuff? I know you through John. Can I mention? Oh, cool. DJ sets. Very cool. Can I mention the strange disease guy? Yeah, I can't place him. I can't place who he might be. I'll take a look at my schedule. Starting this upcoming week, I got 2 new games on the docket. On Tuesday, I'm starting my first full, sincere playthrough of Roller Coaster Tycoon. You know, everybody played Roller Coaster Tycoon when they were kids, but this time I'm going to be sample plattering the scenarios in the game and really trying to play it like it's a true, you know, end goal, progress-driven game. And not just, let's just take out the biggest loan we can, buy a whole bunch of roller coasters, and then just turn the miles per hour up on them to fly off the rails. And then Wednesday at 6, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake is starting. The last full playthrough of the year, one I'm very, very excited about. And then no stream for Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving. And then Sunday we continue the house in Fata, Morgana. Strange Disease Guy is a completely new character made for Requiem for Innocence, so I think that line was put in to keep it canon. Do you think that that's like... Do you think that wasn't there in the original release? Do you think that was actually like they just slipped that in? Can I get a confirmation on that? I can look it up after the stream if you don't want to do it. But I think that that's really... At one point, a man with an unusual disease stumbled across the mansion while wandering through the forest. But, nothing more to be said about that. It was just a little thing. That's interesting. So, yes, it did get its own 6-hour spotlight. Copy that. For nothing at all could have convinced me to care about someone else. I play a bit of whatever feels good. I'll pick something up. If it doesn't vibe well with me, I'll drop it. Life's too short to slog on a game you're not enjoying. Yeah, absolutely. I hear ya. I realized that last year with GoatedQuest. I beat 113 games last year, and that's kind of what made me not do it again this year. Was like, I put myself through so many games just to roll credits on it so that I could definitively say, I didn't like that. Like, what was I doing? I played an entire 8-hour game that I knew I didn't like at hour 2 just so that I could finish it out and go, yep, I was right. I was right at the first hour. I did not like that game. So, playing games, with a more of a historical, appreciative lens. No, it's not what I'm doing now because the angle is completely different. I was talking to Minky Moo about this recently. I've gone through a bit of opinion ego death where I don't really care what I think about anything anymore. I don't. I don't really if I liked it or didn't like it, I didn't make it. I don't care. It's I have my opinion on it, but I've found myself growing or trying to grow less and less opinionated and more just appreciative of the, creativity and labor and art of it. It's just a personal thing. And I think that with the prep kits and with the playthroughs, it's really there have been games that I played that I wasn't super, super fond of, but ultimately, it's not too much. It's not too much work to just beat something. Last year, Nancy, Franco will tell you, last year I was you want to see some of the games I was playing? Who knew? Who knew what they were? There were a lot of them. Let me just grab a few. Let me see my least favorite games of 2021. I did not like that Narita Boy. I did a full playthrough of that. We did a full playthrough of I Saw Black Clouds. I have my opinion, but I don't care. I'm unfortunately struggling to think of a word other than Giga Chad media consumer. I'm serious. I was talking to Minky Moo about this. I was like, yeah, I really don't care if I like something or don't like something. It does not... in the last, year or so, it's just... I don't know. I didn't make it. Yeah, it's liberating. It's liberating. It's just who cares? I don't know. I'm not, who cares? Whatever. Who cares about who cares? Yeah, I don't mean to soapbox. But anyway, yeah, I played a lot of games that I really didn't like last year just to roll credits on them. And, oh, whoa, I accidentally almost closed OBS. No, I do not want to exit. So here's the difference, Nancy. This year, I'm not putting games that I'm disinterested in on my list, right? And if I play Injustice Gods Among Us and I go, Injustice Gods Among Us, yeah, it was cool. I liked it, whatever. Who cares? I don't think I care enough to play Injustice 2. I just don't play Injustice 2. It's whatever. I get Injustice. I got it. Like, we had a lot of fun chatting about DC characters and me finding out what was it, a rogues gallery? Is that what it was called? Whatever. Who cares? I learned a lot, I think. I think, even though I don't know how much of it stuck. But, yeah, it was a great time. But some people identify with their subject of their fandom so much that any negative opinion of their chosen fandom is seen as a personal attack. Yeah, and I used to get that way. I totally used to get that way. And on, in like larger Discord servers where people would like argue all the time about, I still get that way. I got that way about Uncharted, or last week. I got that way when Dr. Cheesesteak was like, Uncharted is a Marvel movie. I could have kicked his ass right there in the moment. I still, I'm not perfect, but yeah. Anyway, who cares? No, you can't. You can't see that. When we get to Fallout, you're allowed to rip on it. I don't want to rip on anything. I don't want to. I don't see any, like, especially in this era where I have this little box here, right? I have a Mister. And a Mister is a FPGA emulation. It's a computer. It's a DE10 Nano computer board that can hardware replicate and emulate arcade boards and anything from fucking Atari 2600 up through the PlayStation 1 is playable on this. And it has an incredible community working towards it and working for it. As I've said, it's like games are more accessible now than ever. But I think that in that accessibility leads to a, like music, like Spotify, leads to a taken for granted disposability alongside it. You know what I mean? And really, more than anything, I just kind of want to shed that disposability to it all and kind of be like each playthrough is a spotlight. I take the time, I make the prep kit, I make the logo, I make it in this moment. We're here, just in this game. And sometimes I get in my own head about talking about the next thing while the credits are rolling, because I even find that, like, in my mind, like, a little, like, I shouldn't be doing that. I should give this game its full, like, I was talking to Franco about it. For a while, I was like, when credits rolled in a game, for a while I was thinking I would just cut my camera, mute my mic, and let the game end. But I decided against that for one reason or another. Manic Socratic does that, and I find it incredibly respectful and incredibly cool. Traditionally, Manic goes, this is the end of the game. There will be no talking. There will be no camera, no reactions. This is our appreciation moment. Look at all of these names that worked together to make this thing what it is. I really respect that. Anyway, I don't really know where I'm going with this. What I'm saying is, don't waste your time on Game Pass games that you aren't enjoying. But at the same time, play those Game Pass games and remember that a shit ton of work went into them. You know, it's kind of like critiquing. What is that meme that's like, yeah, but you take part in society. I am very smart. Yeah, we should improve society somewhat, yet you participate in society. Curious. I am very intelligent. I don't mean to, like, try and seem like I'm that guy. I just think that there's a weird place in media right now where it's so accessible, it's so celebrated, it's so widespread, it's so mainstream. But at the same time, I think that there's even an element of the work that gets taken for granted in exchange for that. I don't know. Anyway, sorry. I spent much of my time sitting before the fireplace. I had covered the stained glass window with drapes, loath to even think about that damned archangel. Staring at the dancing flames, I was able to forget the passage of time, watching, unblinking, as the red and orange tongues flicked back and forth. They seemed to spread outward from the fireplace, consuming me. Whether by the raging infernos of hell or the cleansing fires of purgatory, the thought of being swallowed up and burned to ashes by a massive conflagration? It's another word I've never said out loud. Was quite pleasant. But those visions never became reality. Tell me, Michelle, what are you thinking right now? Do you still not want to curse them? Look at yourself, Michelle. Look at how you're living. Do you really want this life? Have you ever thought about dying? Michelle, would you like to die? That's the right answer. God has said that taking one's own life is a sin, after all. Well, that's good, Michelle. You've made the right decision, and I shall be there with you until the very end, my dear friend. Honestly, part of me did desire death. I just didn't have enough energy to take my own life. My mind and spirit were too far decayed. Dude, this is the song that plays when shit's about to get fucking serious. Is this Giselle pulling up? Is this the day she showed up? However, in my 10th year, the door opened once more, and time sputtered back into motion. When you showed up, Giselle, everything I had given up on, and everything I had thought I'd lost, it all came back. At first, as you know quite well, I was deeply mistrustful of you. I hated having you around, but if I hadn't met you, in all likelihood, I probably would have continued down that path and become a demon. You seem to like a rather handsome man. You seem to me like a rather handsome man. I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is definitely more a woman. So you're not a witch. And to tell you the truth, I didn't know who might be here, which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. After taking care of Giselle, I returned to my room. I was, to be quite honest, dumbfounded. And it was, naturally, the witch who had stoked the fire of my apprehension. Why would you let that woman stay here? Well, she came from the Bollinger estate, and we both know how you feel about your family. Chase her out. Give her a little scare, and she'll be gone within the day. If you'd rather not, I could always frighten her in your place. Rattling window here, a couple broken glasses there. Small things like that to accentuate the eerie atmosphere. Lurking horror, like you said, I am the only one you can trust. Anybody else, chase them out. They're just gonna hurt you. I won't hurt you. Everybody else is gonna hurt you. Are you going to say anything? Why do you care about her at all? Well, oh now, don't be like that. I live here too, so why shouldn't I care? And I'm not fond of noisy people, or sprightly women like that one. That's something we can both agree on, isn't it? You don't like that woman, do you? The more a person smiles, the less you can trust them. Right. I don't believe you. I don't agree with you, but I do understand you. And while I think you're wrong, I understand that you think you're right.
and nobody else understands that you think you're right, even though you're wrong. Fucking, it's 101. Though I hardly have to tell you that, do I? Stop talking. Now, that's not very polite. This is a family matter. It's none of your concern. Well, I was merely offering to help you get rid of a pest. I don't need your help. I will get rid of that woman when I'm ready. But first, I will find out what secrets she's keeping. Then, I'll go back to living in peace. Very well then. That pest has no place in your sweet solitude. The world before you now is so much kinder, so much warmer than the one you used to know. Well, good luck then. And if you need a helping hand, don't hesitate to ask. Oh, and by the way, what now? You've changed, my dear. And I like you so much better like this. I always hated how much you reeked of human. You were blessed with a body like unto God. You were personally created by His hands. Well, I could only dream of having what you have, but you only wanted to deny it. Now, though, you act the part so much better. A saint, resurrected by the closest living thing to God. Perhaps this too could be considered a miracle. Morgana. Yes. You are a deranged, delusional woman. Why, thank you. Giselle was a woman who smiled a great deal. Her jade eyes seemed to glimmer every time she made a new face. And the more she smiled, the more vibrantly she spoke, the more suspicious I became. I couldn't trust someone who smiled that much, especially not a woman. And the way she kept trying to get friendly with me didn't help that impression at all. I had a hard time believing she honestly wanted to get to know me. I couldn't help but think she was trying to fish for information. Anyone who tried to get close to me had to have some ulterior motive, like Amy, who had only done so to satisfy Mother. One thing I wanna shout out with this whole game, obviously the writing is stellar, and we've talked about it and talked about it and talked about it. This was not written in English. The translation job is fucking phenomenal. And I think that needs to be just as highlighted. That this is like a fucking acrobatic balancing act. The fact that it was all translated like this, so delicately and with such an understanding of the prose of it all, if you will. It's incredible. Perhaps my mistrust could have been considered paranoia. But even 10 years later, flashes of that nightmare would still come back to me from time to time. It would take more than a few attempts at being nice for me to trust this stranger. Eventually, I came to the realization that she was hiding something, and I convinced myself it was out of guilt. So I wrote Mother, in search of something I could use to tear her down, to get her out of here. I should have listened to Giselle, rather than Mother or the witch. But I had conflated her with Amy in my mind, and so I was unable to see where the truth really lay. I was only able to perceive her as malicious. So instead of her, I put my faith in Mother's words, despite Mother never once doing the same for me. My beloved daughter Michelle, I deeply regret having to put you in this situation. I never wanted to let that woman get anywhere near you. She is a witch, a terrible, sinful witch, a dreadful, tainted woman. She lay with my husband, with your father, a lowly merchant girl who wormed her way into our family so she could exploit your father for money. She committed a grievous sin, the sin of adultery. I tried to have her executed, but your father wouldn't allow it. So instead, he had her banished to atone for her sins, unaware that you already live there. And I couldn't tell him either, for that is mine and your brother's secret. I pray you can find it in your heart to forgive your mother for her failings. Forgive me for delivering a witch to you. I would not be surprised if she tried snooping around. She's a ruthless fiend who will do anything for money. Should word of your curse happen to spread, it would surely draw unwanted attention from the church. And we have no allies except each other. Michelle, with this letter, I have included a knife. The blade has been blessed with holy water, which should then allow it to eradicate the corrupt, evil soul of the witch. I ask of you, with all my heart, to send that awful creature back to hell.
Damn. It was storming that night. Erratic claps of thunder ripping through the sky. Giselle let out a panicked scream, shoving me back, and the look in her eyes kicked into motion emotions I had thought I'd lost. I knew that face. I knew that scream, because that face had once been mine. I had screamed with that same utter despair at the world. Back to the way things were.
Yes. Finally, it's quiet again. I'm honestly surprised she stayed as long as she did. In a way, her tenacity is rather impressive. Not many would persist for so long in the face of such an obvious disinterest. But you know no one would try to get friendly with you without good reason. Information about you carries considerable weight outside these walls. But the look on her face then, was that really her just putting on an act because I revealed her scheming? Well, if you think she was afraid of you, you're mistaken. That's how people behave when their sins are brought to light. She was screaming, though. She looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away. You're not going to let a woman's screams cloud your judgment, are you? A woman can make a weapon out of anything. Tears, a smile, fear. The day she arrived, you recognized her smile as fake, so surely you aren't going to fall for this. I'm not falling for anything, I feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up. Just nothing, my dear. In fact, what perplexes me is why you didn't simply kill her when you had the chance. Are you afraid of the sight of blood? The blood of your tormentors has no more worth than that of a wild boar. You should have sliced her throat without a second thought. Although, I suppose that would have made quite the mess. Now, that makes more sense. You were not afraid of hurting her, you merely didn't want the burden of having to clean up afterward. How very like you. Be quiet. Oh, come now. That woman is finally gone, and it's back to just the two of us, and you don't want to talk? Silence, please. As you wish. I will celebrate your accomplishment in silence, my dearest friend. I imagine she's out there, half buried in the cold earth by now. I get chills every time I consider where I would be if I had done as Mother said, if I had killed you, or if, out there in the forest, you had succumbed to the unforgiving weather. Life had never given me much in the way of good fortune, but you coming back, you being alive, was absolutely a blessing. I'm done. I can't take it. I'm through with this whole world. You don't have any idea what I went through out there, how hard it was just to keep myself together. Giselle, I do understand. I know very well how difficult, how painful it can be for no one to believe you, for no one to accept you. I know far too well what it's like to want to scream that you're done with this whole damned world. I truly do. That day, for the first time, we saw past the surface. We got to know each other as people. It was nothing more than a single small step, but for us, it was like we had moved a mountain. I still remember how the light felt, as it shone through the windows we opened together. It didn't burn. And while this might sound melodramatic, I feel safe in saying it was probably the gentlest light I had ever felt in my life. Following my reconciliation with Giselle, I started turning back into my own self. Old self. Lord forgive me, I'm going back to the old me. Well, I suppose that's not quite correct. I felt a comfort and peace with myself that I never had before. That may have been the first time I was really human. Having someone else around began to feel normal. It was something I was certain I would never have, and it was incredible. Though to someone else, our time together may have seemed frivolous and empty, our conversations meaningless chatter. I'd never thought the day would come when someone would laugh at something I said, when someone would smile at the sight of me. However trivial, seeing Giselle smile made me happy. Oh, darn it. Where did you get off to? Are you here? Are you in the vase? What's all the racket? Is something the matter? Ah, Master, yes, a cat. Huh? A cat? Yeah, a naughty little cat's been sneaking into the cellar the past few days, so I'm trying to catch him. If you happen to come across him, don't let him get away. Right. And what will you do once you've caught him? Well, I don't want to punish him. That'd be mean. So if he insists on coming back, I think I'll take him in and teach him how to be a house cat. You mean to keep him? Are you not fond of cats, Master? I don't mind them, no. Well, then there you have it. I hope he doesn't take too long to warm up to us. Maybe it'll help if you give him a name. Ooh, a name. That's a great idea. What should we call him then? You decide, Master. You want me to pick a name? Well, this is your house after all, so it's only right you'd be the one to choose. I'm not sure I follow that reasoning. Well, what does the cat look like? Well, he's wild, so he's dirty, I guess. And he's kind of got some spots here and there. Is he ugly? I'd say so, yeah. All right, then. Ugly Speckles. Mark II. That's a name? Why on earth would you want to call something that? And what does Mark II even mean? Be quiet. Oh, it's on you if he runs away, Master. My time with Giselle made a normal person out of me. Made me able to tell stupid jokes, to get frustrated or surprised,
or exasperated. I started showing actual emotion. Our silly, meaningless banter became something precious. My heart of stone began to soften. The world she created for me was what I had yearned for my whole life. Having lost half of it imprisoned and spent the other half playing an identity that conflicted with how I felt in my heart, it was the first time I genuinely felt like I was allowed to be myself.
Yeesh. You're not a kid, so don't be so picky. It's not good for you. You make a mockery out of the culinary arts. I've heard quite enough, Master. It sounds like I'm going to need to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. How about this, Master? Play a game against me. And of course, if you're open to it, it doesn't have to end there. We can continue getting to know each other for years to come.
Giselle, though I did my best not to show it, I think that I treasured our time together even more than you did. I'd latched onto it, desperately refusing to let go. I needed it, and I needed you. Are you listening, Morgana?
Oh, I can hear you just fine, my dear. Now, what brings you all the way up here? You know you can call me from anywhere in the house. My bonds to this tower have been broken.
This is a conversation we can only have here, the place where we first met. It's time for us to part ways. My desires haven't changed since our first encounter. I wish to be a person.
To be a man?
Exactly. When I'm with Giselle, I am that. She makes me into the person I always wanted to be.
And now you wish to be rid of me, so you can complete your descent into the realm of the unclean.
I do.
You came all the way up here just to tell me that? Well, a needless formality. I'm sorry, Michelle, but we are kindred spirits, and as much as you may want to deny it, you could be seconds to only God, yet you spurn his gift.
I'm nothing like you. I am a human, nothing more.
I shall not condemn you for your unyielding resolve, but rather pity you for being so utterly blind. Allow me to make a prediction before I depart, Michelle, cursed namesake of an archangel. You may think you're making some sort of progress, but the fact of the matter is, you've gone nowhere. Will that smile of Giselle's be able to withstand your secret? You know better than anyone that no one can accept what you are, not even her. You will never be with anyone.
I understand that.
No, Michelle, you don't understand. But you will, soon enough. What you have now is not true happiness. It's empty. Naught but a masquerade. And when the night is over, the masks will come off.
So what if it isn't permanent, isn't real? Does being ephemeral make it worthless? Why can I not want something that doesn't last forever? This is the first time I've ever found joy in my life. Those moments of happiness only serve to worsen the loss. The sweeter the honey, the more you despair when the pot runs dry. Sooner or later, you will return to me, begging for my help. And I have every intention of giving it to you. I will not hold this over you either, for when you come to me, it will be in the time of your utmost despair, and when your little paradise finally comes crumbling down, well, you will become what I am,
So I'll take my leave from your side in anticipation of that day. Until we meet again, my dear. Oh, hello, Master. I was just looking for you. Well, I heated up some wine and thought you might... Is something the matter? No, I'm fine. Thank you. No, it's nothing. All I did was warm it over the fire. Are you sure nothing's the matter? I shouldn't be hearing the witch's voice anymore, so yes, I'm fine. Oh wow. That's wonderful news, Master. It is. Giselle seemed quite relieved when I informed her the witch would no longer be bothering me. I knew she didn't believe in the witch, but that wasn't what mattered. What did matter was that despite likely questioning my sanity when I had first told her about it, she hadn't tried to pull away. She treated me the same as before. She never stopped smiling. And that meant so much more than whether or not she believed in the witch. With Morgana's voice no longer constantly in my ears, my life started to feel like some approximation of normal. In fact, I would say I was probably happier than most. Nevertheless, I intended to keep a certain degree of distance between us, for what the witch had said rang truer than I wanted to admit. You will never be with anyone. Having been born into this body, that was my reality, and there was nothing I could do to change it. I had come to accept that, or so I had thought. I wasn't going to covet what I couldn't have, but I had gotten a taste of that sweet happiness. I had started to develop a great affection for that smile, and as much as I tried to tell myself I was just getting caught up in the moment, that the feelings would pass in time, I found myself unable to restrain the swelling of emotions within me. That day, by the fireplace, I thought that all I wanted from you was friendship, to have you in my life, always nearby. I thought that if we were simply friends, I would still be able to see that smile, even if you were to learn what I was. That if we were merely friends, well, you would be able to accept that. So I would keep these things I felt inside, at all costs. However, with each passing day, with each gentle smile, my affection for you swelled. It reached the point where, as hard as I tried to keep it contained, all it would take was the slightest nudge for it to come spilling out, and it made me desire what was out of reach. I was convinced I had changed, because this happiness had become my everyday. I had no right to any such thing, but I came to wish that I could be the center of your life. I yearned for you, and I wanted you to yearn for me, and like the fool I am, I thought that with you, it might even be possible. Honestly, it's no trouble, I mean it. You just took me by surprise, that's all. I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out, you drew it for me, Master. Well, whether it's good or bad is... She gets me? Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. I would be happy with anything drawn from me by the man I love. That one word
set me into motion, for I had long since fallen deeply, utterly in love with you. And there was no escaping that.
Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much I feel like my heart's going to explode.
Nevertheless, there was also no escaping my past, what I was, knowing I could never truly be with you. That I could do nothing about this body, I pushed you away. But seeing all the color drain from your face, I knew I had to take that step. I have it somewhere here. I thought that maybe you could change my world if you really did love me as much as you said. Together, we could change everything. We could walk a new path, side by side, and so I decided to trust my heart.
I'm in heaven. Oh, I'm so happy I could cry.
I, too, was elated. This is what I was looking for. I'm glad I didn't have I had this. I have two images here, and I almost... Well, I did it anyway, but... Giselle, I'm sure you thought I was a kind-hearted man, that my love for you was pure and chaste. And I wanted to be that for you. But beneath the surface lurked indecent desires. Despite saying I didn't want to hurt you, that just having you by my side was enough, my desire bubbled up at the warmth of your skin. I wanted to let that heat take over, to let my hands run free. I could feel it burning inside me. I longed for intimacy. Not just emotionally, but physically. I wished I could lay you down on my bed and satisfy those desires. I wanted to make love to you. Unfortunately, that was not possible. I didn't have the ability. No matter how hard I try, my body lacks the capability to be one with you. I can pray, and I can long, and I can wish all I want, but my body will never be what I want it to be. I am gray. Though I have always known my true color, I have no way of becoming it. My heart has always known what I am, but the world refuses to accept it. Every time I claim I'm normal, 5 say I'm an abomination. Would it really have been too much to ask for me to be born normal, to let me be truly who I am? Is that really so much to ask? Things began to change when I learned my father Antonin had passed away. George would, I assume, be busy preparing to take his place. And what if what he said was true? Then I would be welcomed back to that estate. I would no longer be a demon child, but a member of the Bollinger family once more. Deep down, though, I couldn't completely believe it would actually happen. After 11 years in exile, I had no idea how they felt about me anymore. Would they even remember a promise they had made so long ago? Fear that they wouldn't threatened to consume me, but Giselle, as she often seemed to do, put my mind at ease.
No matter where I go, you'll be there with me, Michelle. It's true, I am nervous, not knowing what the future holds, but not in a scared something bad might happen kind of way. It's more of a jittery, excited anxiousness. Well, I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together, we can create an even more wonderful future.
Could I believe her? Could I have faith in her wonderful future? that she would always be there with me, that we would return to the estate and finally move on with our lives, that together we could create a future. No, that wasn't a question. I wanted to have faith. I wanted to believe as much as she did. I wanted to believe that even if I was gray, I could have a normal life together with her. She had rescued me from the depths of hell, and now I wanted to make her happy. After taking that step in our relationship, I made numerous attempts to reveal the truth about what I was, but every time I tried, sharp pain gripped my chest, and my words faded into nothing before they could reach my lips. I knew that if our relationship was to continue, I would have to tell her eventually, but merely imagining her face twisted in disgust nearly crushed me. She was everything to me. And so, as we prepared for our departure, I decided it was time to make some changes. It was time for me to break out of my rut. And what happened next depended largely on whether Mother and my brothers were willing to accept me as a man. The course my future took was in their hands, in their hearts. If they couldn't accept me, then I couldn't return home. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that things would turn out for the best, that my family would accept me for who I was, and that they would accept what I had had with Giselle. I decided I would tell Giselle everything after I received their responses, and I hoped dearly she would join me wherever I ended up. I couldn't provide Giselle the same kind of happiness a normal man could, but if she and my family accepted me, I would do anything I could to build a happy family with her, in my own way. And so, I sat down to write. Dear Mother, there is something I wish to tell you, something that means a great deal to me. So I ask of you, please, hear me out. And I ask of you, please, accept it. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask of you to concede one thing: that I was never cursed, that I was always your son, that I am Michelle, not Michelle. I have found someone whom I care for dearly, a woman, and I love her with all my heart. While I would like to spend the rest of my life with her, I do not wish for much, simply to have a quiet life with her, to go through our days together, man and woman. That is the one thing I want. Mother, I know you're aware that my body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male. And I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I am incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world. With love, your dearest son. But rather than a reply, I received a visit from knights ordered to kill me.
Michelle, tell me, why do you think this is your fault? What is your curse? Your curse, it isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there?
Can you hear me, Morgana? Morgana, please, say something, Morgana. Your predictions, they were right.
I was a fool, and you can laugh at me all you want, so please, say something.
Death! Death to the unholy one! Death to the heretic! Death to the witch!
Why won't you answer me, Morgana? Why can I not feel you there, beside me? You said you would help me when I came for it, while here I am, begging for your help. Please, come back to me. Just this once. I know you're there somewhere. Please, before they break down this door. Michelle, I'm all right. It's okay, Michelle. I'm not scared. You're here with me, after all. I'm fine. It's all fine, so please hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me. Michelle, my dear. Why would you ever believe that fairy tale nonsense? Why would you ever think a wonderful future awaited you? Morgana, here you are now. Wretched. Pitiful. For that you have my sympathy. I will help in your time of need. Finally, you speak. Michelle? Well, I can feel the despair emanating from you. You hate it. It kills you. This is how you're rewarded for fighting to be yourself. You know exactly who sent those knights, don't you? They rejected you. Rejected what you are. Hey, Michelle, are you all right? Your family, unable to accept your body and heart, branded you a heretic and turned you over to the church. Yes, they did. And did you hear what the knights were saying? Well, they've even accused you of being a witch, taken my sins and placed them on you. Come back to me, Michelle. You hate them, don't you? You want to curse them, don't you? You want to kill them, don't you? I shall grant you that wish out of your hatred and despair. Well, I shall make my own wish. And that wish shall become a curse upon your family's wicked souls. You'll grant my wish then, Morgana. Yes, absolutely. Tell me what it is you want, my poor little darling. Michelle, let your contempt flow free. Give me the names of those you want cursed. I want you to protect her. Excuse me? If they find her, she could be accused of abetting a witch and executed as well. So please, use your power. Keep her safe. You said you would grant my wish, did you not? Well, that was not the wish I was hoping for. I know, but that's the wish I want you to grant. Morgana. Well, then offer me something in return. Such a disappointing wish will require a sacrifice. Step beyond that door, my dear, and witness ultimate despair. That was my plan anyway. So long as I am considered a heretic and marked for death, my being alive puts Giselle in danger. Indeed it does. Yet here you are, shaking like a scared little child. Of course I'm scared. There isn't a single person who doesn't fear death. Please, keep her safe. You're the only one who can help me, Morgana. You have my word. From this moment, I vow to protect her life. Thank you. Giselle, please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, who would be happy to have my love. And for that I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Michelle. You, Giselle. You delivered me from my darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that it didn't matter if I lived or died. But now I can't stop shaking. That's perfectly normal. I'm scared to death too, but what scares me most is losing you. Michelle. So please, allow me to repay you. Well, I said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance. Michelle! What are you doing? Get back in here, Michelle! Why? The door! I can't open it, Michelle! Michelle, what did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here! Well, I guess you really can perform miracles, Morgana. I don't want to lose you either. I know that by doing this I will bring you pain, Giselle, but I can't make you happy, no matter how hard I try. And I realize that now. Say something, Michelle. You're out there, aren't you? Please. Please don't do anything rash. They're gonna kill you if you're out there. Giselle, the witch told me. What? That she would ensure your safety. Michelle, she isn't real. There's no witch talking to you. It's all in your head. It's a figment of your imagination created to alleviate your loneliness. Rest assured, she does not lie. Michelle! I pray that someday she will be the one to be able to get past this, to move on with her life. She needs to know that that's what I want. I have to find the right words. Oh, I'm pathetic. My voice is so shaky. Please, listen. You are a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You are not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Well, most of the fault lies with me, and a bit of bad fortune. But that's all behind you now. Once this is over, you can start anew. What are you talking about? Survive. Live a good, fulfilling life. Move past this, live your life, and always love your family. I know you can do it. That is my wish for you. No, I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you. Well, I don't want to let you die. There it is. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Get back in here, Michelle. Open the door. If my choice is to live on without you, I'd rather. Your scars will heal. You'll find a nice man, and you'll have a wonderful family. Why? Because you have a good family. You have a mother and a sister who love you. If you were to be executed here with me, well, you would be marked a heretic as well, and your family would be condemned. I don't want anyone else to suffer that kind of disgrace. But I can't tell you any of that, because I don't want you looking into why I am a heretic. So this is where we part ways, Giselle. Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light into my world. Don't say that. The year we shared together, and the month since our relationship blossomed, have been the brightest days of my life. But if there is a next life, I hope you don't mind if I pray that we're able to meet again, and this time, that we can find each other once more in another world, in a body that better suits me. Michelle. Michelle? I had thought I was prepared, that I was doing something good, something I could be proud of, that I would give my life for her with head held high. But it wasn't long before I realized what the witch had meant, what she had warned me about, when she had said ultimate despair waited beyond this door. It is our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who had made a pact with the devil. You are sentenced to death, your body to be hanged upon the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh shall be purified by the fires of heaven. Why? What are you doing here? I stared up at the night, eyes wide, for the voice from within the helm. Didier belonged to my elder brother.
You shall now be executed.
Huh.
Do you have any final words?
I knew well enough that Mother was not in her right mind, and while her refusal to accept me had hurt, at the same time, I had somewhat expected it. It made sense to me. In her madness, Mother had declared me a heretic and reported me to the church. But Didier.
Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies, and they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I'm here to protect you, and your mother.
What are you doing here? Why are you pointing your sword at me? Are you smiling behind that cold steel helm, frowning, or just staring expressionlessly? Though your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and for Georges.
None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing.
You said that it would all go back to normal eventually. Can I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side? That you'll always be my brothers?
Water. Just a water bottle. I forgot my water bottle in here.
You absolutely can, Michelle. I swear to God on high.
Did your vow have any meaning at all? I spent years here in this dark house, waiting, believing you would come through for me. So why are you standing there, a half-dozen knights at your back, saying I'm to be executed? Why? Didier. Do not cry. Don't you dare cry, Michelle. You're standing here, in front of this door as a man, protecting the woman he loves, so you mustn't cry. Who is it you're sentencing to death? Michelle Bollinger or
a demon child?
Naturally. Or a witch, perhaps. But why? If I'm not an angel sent from heaven, or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? Well, you're
a Bollinger.
You're our family.
And that's all there is to it.
Thank you. I thought we were brothers.
Our familiar bonds have long since been severed, cursed witch.
Now I see. Giselle. This world never had a place for me. I was never welcome here.
Kill him!
So many blades pierced my flesh. Didier's sword in my chest, lances in my arms and shoulders, arrows in both of my legs.
Yo, knowing that that's Didier's sword right there in that picture makes it so much more fucked.
I could hardly even tell what hurt anymore. But the pain from within was much clearer. My heart cracked audibly before shattering completely. Don't cry. Do not cry. Tears will only make me more pitiful.
So don't you cry, Michelle. Don't cry. I believed in you. Did you? Did you? When I was younger, I idolized you. Those broad shoulders, muscular arms, gentle eyes. Everything you said, your simple but pure desire to become a knight. I thought if I could be like you, then I could be proud of who I was. Though that may have faded somewhat after being locked away for so long. My adoration for you never went away. I thought you, of everyone, would accept me for who I am. And I thought you would celebrate my relationship with Giselle. That you would put those big hands on my shoulders, a smile on your face, and say, I'm happy for you. That you'd welcome her into the family. That we could go on outings together on cloudy days. And maybe she could make something for us. She's a pretty good cook, after all. George would let rifle through the basket before lunch, and Didier would scold him. I would be there watching, a proud smile on my face. As unlikely, as out of reach as I knew it was. I still dreamed of a life like that. And I had the faintest hope that when we saw each other again, that dream might come true. Didier. I put my faith in you.
Yeah, that was fucked up. Yeah. The only thing, like, I mean, I don't know how much the rest of the story is going to touch on or whatever. I'm curious how much of the motivation was guided out of Michelle, and how much of the motivation was guided out of Giselle corrupting another member of the family. You know what I mean? I don't know. Because he did say him at the end. So I don't know what the motivation was, and I wonder if we ever will. But regardless, horribly tragic. Horribly. And so my life came to an end. But that wasn't the end of the story. I don't know if what comes next could be called my story. My inclination is that it's a horrible spiral all the way down. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that we can, like, actually cling to. It's just bad all the way down. But memories of these events linger in my soul. After being pierced by Didier's blade, I found myself looking down upon my own corpse. How could I have ever imagined that I would be made to witness my own misery, even in death? I watched as my eldest brother dragged me to the place of my crucifixion, and my soul, evidently still bound to my flesh, was dragged along with it, against my will, down to the nearby village. Whoa. The knights! The knights have returned from their holy quest! Oh, how we've awaited your arrival! How glorious it is to see you! Waiting for us there was a cluster of villagers. A large cross lay on the ground in the center of the square. Holding torches,
they formed a crowd around the knights, several of them familiar faces. The men who had come to ransack the mansion were standing there, staring at my body in awe. "Ah, the Lord's judgment has been delivered unto the witch of the cursed mansion by his holy servants. No longer shall we live in fear of the curse befalling us. Eternal peace is secured. We have assembled all the tools you need to execute your divine mission. A cross, befitting of such a heinous sinner. That witch threatened to curse us, sullied our pure ears with its blasphemy. I had done no such thing. I hadn't cursed anyone. I had merely been defending myself. They had been armed and outnumbered me. So I had said what was necessary to chase them off. Our poor harvest and our suffering at the hands of the greedy Lord were all the work of the witch. Why then were they acting like I was at fault? Why was I the sinner, and why did I need to be judged? My soul trembled at the overwhelming fervor consuming the crowd, their zealous desire to see judgment cast. So I prayed. I asked God to grant me the smallest of miracles, to let my voice reach my brother who carried my body. Please don't do this, Didier. Please, hear my voice. You know me better than that. You know I've done nothing wrong. Those men smirking at the sight of my body. They're the ones putting the blame for their sins on me. Please, tell me you, at least, don't think I did those things. Don't put me on that cross. If it was Mother who sold me out to the church, then surely you can give me a respectable burial. The nails in the rope for the crucifixion are here. We would have you, O knight, deliver the Lord's judgment unto this vile witch. Didier, why do you say nothing? Why do you accept the tools this man presents you? Tools meant to punish me. Tell me, Didier. Crucifixion! Crucify it! Crucify the witch! My brother lowered my corpse to the ground and began removing my clothing. And in that very moment, I realized the purpose of hanging someone from a cross. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, tears streamed down my face. Please, anything but that, I'm begging you. Don't expose me to these people. Don't expose my body, Didier. I'm begging you, don't do it. But of course, my voice had no way of reaching him, and he proceeded to remove my clothing, piece by piece, until I was left fully nude. For a brief moment, an unpleasant silence spread through the crowd. The erratic crackling of their torches was the only sound that could be heard in the square. And then, with a mocking laugh, one man spoke. Ha! So there it is, the devilish creature. Don't look at me. Please, look away, or just get it over with and burn me now. Burn my body, please. One simple thing was all I was missing. I had a frame like a man, and I lacked the breasts of a woman. My heart was male. I was in love with a woman. You sold your soul to the devil, and this is what you became. This frightful, reprehensible creature. To dare defile the sacred body God blessed you with. Was that what people really thought of me? Was there no way to make them understand? Could they not possibly imagine how miserable it was to live in a body that didn't fit the shape of your soul? Was there no way to get through to them, even the slightest bit, that all I wanted was to be what I felt I was? Was that really so heinous a crime? Please, Didier, stop this. Don't humiliate me any further. Please, just let me depart this world in peace. Carry my body away from this place, that's all I ask. And if you can't do that, then at least burn me instead. Didier. He then placed my body upon the cross, bound my arms together at the wrists with rope, and then drove a nail through my palms. I couldn't look away. I tried to close my eyes, but I couldn't. My vision remained perfectly clear, despite the constant stream of tears. When he was finished attaching my body to the cross, he and several other knights lifted it off the ground, planting it in the center of the village square. The villagers showered the knights with their praise and gratitude. Not for lack of trying, I was unable to get away from the cross, my soul trapped there, along with my body. Didier didn't say a word the entire time. After a full day hanging there, grotesque, blackish splotches began appearing on my lower body. Everyone who saw it grimaced in disgust. The knights, Didier included, had long since taken their leave, leaving my soul behind, curled up at the base of the cross. A constant stream of tears ran down my face. Yet despite all my prayers, I remained bound to that place, left to rot on the cross with my body. Passers-by threw rocks or spat on me. Children laughed. A mother warned her daughter to always obey God's teachings. By 48 hours, black-feathered birds and maggots had appeared to devour my rotting flesh. I couldn't imagine any less pleasant a sight than my own body decaying in the sunlight, exposed for all to see. A group of children assembled in the square not far from the cross, and soon after, a competition began to see who could take down the evil witch. They gathered all the rocks they could find and started throwing them at my corpse as hard as they could. The stones ripped through my decomposing flesh, exposing bits of bone. Eventually, they settled on a winner, the one who had torn off the most flesh, and went on their way. And when they were gone, the birds flocked in to take their place. The third day and night came and went, and at sunrise on the fourth day, I received a visitor. "Watch your step, madam. The crucifix is this way." After everything I had been through, I thought nothing more could possibly affect me. I had sunk as far down into the abyss as I could go. However, Mother. I knew it was her, instantly. She was older and bonier than I remembered. She had bags under her eyes so dark they looked like bruises. Her once lustrous blonde hair had faded almost white, but I would always recognize my own mother. "What are you doing here, Mother?" "Father?" In the 13 years since I had last heard Mother's voice, it had grown raspy and weak. But there were still distinct traces in it of the woman who had raised me, who had stayed at my bedside when I was sick. Though I lacked a physical body, I still felt a deep, piercing chill at the sound of her voice.
"Father, this is not my daughter. I did not birth this accursed thing. No, I am her victim. For years I suffered at the hands of this witch. She stole my daughter away from me, tormenting me, endlessly tormenting me, trying to ruin me. A demon. You're a demon."
"Mother."
"I despise you, you foul, hellish monster.
I loved you.
You took everything from me."
I could never bring myself to hate my birth mother.
"I feel nothing but revulsion for you.
I loved you.
An eternity in the fires of hell would be too good for you.
I off and disagreed with the things you said and did, but I still remember the feeling of your hand in mine as I lay sick in bed.
I have absolutely no relation to this demon.
I kept writing you letters, kept pretending to be a girl for you because I didn't want to hurt you.
This is not my daughter.
I couldn't stand doing it. Whenever I sat down to write one, I came out a horrible wreck, even worse off than before, but even so,
send this monster straight to hell.
I didn't want to break you, Mother. I didn't want to push you any further off the edge.
Quickly, set me free of this accursed thing.
But I suppose I still did end up breaking you. Please, be at ease, madam. The Lord has heard your prayers. He wants you to cast the demon into the cleansing fires. He wants you to show him that, as you say, you have no relation to this unholy thrall.
Gladly, gladly. I'll gladly send this vile creature to the deepest pits of hell with my own 2 hands.
Her eyes swirling with every hateful emotion imaginable, Mother took the torch from the priest and tossed it into the pile of straw spread around the base of the cross. The flame crackled as it spread upward, consuming my body and filling the square with the putrid stench of burning flesh. Through the cloud of smoke, I could see a faint smile on Mother's lips. Mother, I'm so sorry. You had to give birth to me. When the inferno had devoured everything, and the cross itself came crumbling down, my soul was finally released from that place. Or rather, I suppose it more shattered. Yeah, crazy colors on that JPEG. I agree. Crazy colors on that background. Really, really good to show, like, not quite of this earth, but still viewing the land around you thing. Looked really good. The things I saw, the things I was made to watch, were harrowing. Morgana had been right. The anguish that came after knowing happiness was much greater than anything I had felt before. It eroded my spirit, drained me of the willpower to bear the sight of the world after death. But rather than give in to hatred like Morgana had, I despaired of myself. I didn't curse or bear a grudge against anyone. I prayed for my own extinguishment. My soul began to crumble, neither ascending to heaven nor falling to hell, but fading into darkness everlasting. My fingers were the first to go, then my eyes, then my mouth. All sound vanished into nothingness, and my beating heart, all the emotions that had once taken root within it, scattered like leaves upon the wind. My soul, completely, wholly decomposed. I couldn't stand to allow my soul to return to the living world, no matter what it might take residence in. Some length of time later, I began to hear a sound, muffled and indistinct. No longer human in form, I had no ears to speak of, but the sound gradually increased in volume. It was a voice.
Where are you, Michelle? What are you doing? I'm still praying. I'm still wishing for you to appear before me forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. I've been praying for so long. I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you were going to pray too. You said you hoped we could meet again in another life. I'm not misremembering, am I? Michelle, come back to me soon.
As if drawn in by the sound of that voice, bit by bit, I began regaining some of what I had lost, but it took an incredibly long time. My soul and body had been ground to dust. I had rejected myself scattered it into the void, and it would take several lifetimes to find and reassemble all of those pieces.
Michelle, all I can remember about you is your name, your glassy white skin, fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else.
I had thought my mind, my body, my spirit, and my heart had all been eradicated, but every time I heard that voice, I thought, I must return. Well, thought is perhaps inaccurate. It was not so much a conscious idea as an instinctive force. The voice slowly buried the overwhelming pain I had suffered in both life and death. I began to search for the source of that quiet, constant whisper echoing in the emptiness, chasing after that tiny fleck of light, the one thing in the world that seemed to desire my presence.
Michelle, I'm no longer the girl I once was. I've built a thick cocoon around myself, a cocoon I can't break free of. My own protective shell, it's devouring me. I'm waiting for you, Michelle, waiting for you inside my shell, always waiting. Will you be able to recognize the person I've become? Please, get me out of here.
At long last, I found the ray of light I sought, and I had an unbelievable certainty that if I followed it, I would reach the source of this voice. I had to find them. I had to set them free. I desperately had to give back to them what they had given to me. And that sense of purpose is what set me back into motion. But the void was so expansive, so endlessly deep, that reaching the end of the trail of light was no easy task. Struggling to follow it to its source wore my barely held together soul thin, until it crumbled apart once more. Again and again I lost myself. I can't account for much of my time chasing after that light. The gaps in my memory are large and frequent. Nevertheless, after countless cycles of breaking down and reassembling myself, after hundreds of years of wandering, I finally found my way back to that mansion. And when the two of us had our long-awaited reunion, neither of us were our old selves any longer. In my endeavor to return, I had worn my soul down to almost nothing. I was but a vague shadow, completely devoid of memories. And that was the beginning. We met each other anew, lost and broken, devoid of life. The darkness here reminds me of my time in the void, of the despair that filled my shattered soul as it sunk into the endless abyss, of the emptiness I felt as my body crumbled and faded into nothing.
Michelle, the poor soul who was named for an angel and born with a curse, made to bear an unfairly cruel fate. I am the only one who sympathizes with you, the only one who understands your pain, and the only one willing to help you. I'm sure you're not particularly feeling fond of me right now. Not after I made you relive the past you so wanted to forget. Every moment of that despair. Not after I revealed your every last secret to the woman you love. But you must face the truth, my dear. You put your life, your very soul on the line for this woman, and even she would not accept you. But as I have said before, well, that's a normal response. She's no worse than anyone else for it. You simply aren't something people can accept. You believed that even if your family wouldn't, that even if your dear brothers wouldn't, Giselle would be able to accept you for you, that she alone was different, that she alone was special, that she alone wanted you in her life, that she alone would extend her hand for you. Well, you never doubted that, did you? But Michelle, hope exists to be crushed. And the stronger you cling to that hope, well, the more you have to lose. You can hear that, can't you? Her mocking you, scorning you, rejecting everything that defines you. The revulsion in her voice. This is the woman you fought so hard to get back? Listen to it, my dear. Focus on her voice. Disgusting, disgusting. Stop. Please. I don't want to hear it anymore. Make it stop. Well, can you blame her, though? For hundreds of years she waited, trusting you, and you came back to her a woman. More than once. If you think about it, now, you betrayed her first. No, stop. I didn't. Tell me, what was it like? How did it feel to be born and live as a woman? You spent your life insisting you weren't a woman, and yet your soul chose a female body to return in. All those gaps in your memory were from your lives as the white-haired girl. First, there was the kind, mild-mannered flaxen-hair boy. You, a woman, and he, a man, were joined in love. And then there was the deranged man-beast. By exposing your female body to him, you were able to temporarily contain his madness. And finally, there was the man obsessed with money and power. You were his wife, ever faithful, waiting patiently for him to remember his love. You put your faith in the wrong person's love. How can you expect her not to be disgusted? She was forced to watch again and again as the man she loved was reborn of a woman and had relations with other men. Would you like to know what you're doing right in this moment, Michelle? You're crying. Crying as you've done so many times before. Those tears, well, they wash away your dignity. Would you also like to know how you look right now, Michelle? You've reverted back to your final moments, both in body and in heart. Take a look at yourself, my dear. Your body, incomplete, only partially made. Those wounds still fresh and raw, pierced by your brother whom you trusted completely, and the knights whose ranks you dreamed of joining. Even now your blood still flows from those wounds, and they'll never heal, not so long as you remain yourself. Not pleasant, is it? Well, it hurts quite a bit, doesn't it? I didn't inflict those wounds on you, though. They're your own, and no one can erase them. You've lost everything, Michelle. And tell me, what do you have left? You were robbed of your pride, your dignity, your life, identity, your very existence, and the love you thought you still had. Well, she's gone and left you behind too. And still, you refuse to curse anyone? Why do you not take what you deserve from those who stole everything from you? You have every right to vengeance, and I'm offering you the means to have it. Curse them, my dear. I cannot curse anyone. You disappoint me, Michelle. But if that's what you want, if you won't join me in my hatred, well, then so be it.
I will accept that we are not as similar as I once thought. Perhaps we are so different, you and I. And as much as it pains me to do so, I will release you. I will even wish for your reconstruction into the body you desire. You shall descend into the mortal realm as a human man, never to set foot in this cursed mansion again. Just imagine it. After waiting for so long, you will finally be able to obtain the body you so desperately seek. To have a wife and to create a happy family of your own. Wouldn't that just be lovely? I'll make that wish for you, my dear. You can have that life, and all you have to do is walk out the door. It's that easy. Just let go. Now I know this is a choosing point. Yeah. I have them like internalized from when I was reading, and I remember one of them is let go. And letting go is the bad one. Which obviously, you follow the witch's commands and it ends up poorly. Let it all go, Michelle. And we'll do it. You've made the right decision, Michelle. Your tragic tale has finally come to an end. You're free from the grip of this cursed mansion, free to begin your life anew. I wish you a wonderful life, richly fulfilling and abounding in light. For you, my dear friend, I will not cast a curse, but give you my utmost blessing. Farewell, Michelle, until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless sphere of fate. I didn't. I don't think I have them. I knew that one was let go. And that's pretty much all I have. So you'll have to tell me the saves from then on. And if I did, I don't remember them. And I'll remember them when I see them. I don't remember them. Michelle? Is something the matter, Michelle? Huh? I've been trying to get your attention for some time, but you were just staring off into the distance. Oh, sorry, I'm fine. What were you saying again? Are you sure you're okay? I was saying we need to settle on a destination for our trip next month. Oh, anywhere you'd like is fine with me. That's always how it goes with you, isn't it? You are allowed to have an opinion of your own, you know. We'll end up going to Prague again if you let me pick. There's nothing wrong with Prague. We can go see Muka? Stained glass window at the St. Vitus Cathedral, and visit the Petrine Gardens again. And maybe this time, we won't be late for the Walk of the Apostles at the clock tower. All right then, we should start looking at hotels. It was a day just like any other. A layer of clouds drifted slowly across the sky. We sat across from one another at a cafe's outdoor table. Nothing particularly noteworthy ever happened. Our lives were quiet, unspectacular, but fulfilling. And yet, at the same time, I felt a sense of emptiness, like there was something irreplaceable missing. I can't seem to remember what it was, but I feel like something terrible happened to me. She was sitting there, across from me, so I wanted to say something nice for her, something to make her smile. but for whatever reason, I couldn't get my mind off the cloudy sky. The last thing I wanted to do was to make her worry, because her smile, so soft and subtle, meant the world to me. Her smile was always restrained, meek, yet somewhere deep down in the depths of my memory slept images of a wide, beaming grin. I didn't know anyone who had that smile, though.
Michelle?
I lifted my head at the sound of her voice, and a gentle breeze like a baby's breath brushed across my cheek. Rather, my lips. What? An emotion I couldn't find the name for, I couldn't put words to, suddenly sprung up within me.
Michelle, why are you crying?
Crying? I am?
Are you sure everything's okay?
Yes, I'm fine. I think I just got something in my eye.
Oh, all right. You had me startled there for a moment. I've never seen you cry before.
Giselle.
What is it, Michelle?
Never mind. The clouds are starting to thin out, so we should head home. I'm sure the cat's hungry too. I like how this ending is just like telling you exactly what you should have done. So, we are 5 endings deep. We have 3 to go. I have a save right before that ending was decided. And next week, we will continue our progression through the house in Fata Morgana. I gotta tell you, I did not know it was gonna end up like this. But what a perfectly set 5-hour stream. Like, we got there. We got from
Gaming.
Right? We got from puberty, if you will, to ending 5. Like, and it needed to be 5 hours. I couldn't think of like I mean, there were a couple places that we could have blocked it off at, but that was a perfect chunk, truly. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for the support throughout the stream, and next week we will continue the House in Fata Morgana, episode 13.